Hi, chat! Alright, okay, there we go. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Ngalo, ngalo! I'm so sorry, stream was delayed 30 minutes. But I'm here. Yes, yes. We're back with more indie games. Thank you for redeeming first, Sushi Monster, and we have Hera lurking and working. Hope they're doing doing a good job. Hope they're fine. But yeah, hi everyone. This stream will be the same as yesterday. Kinda low energy. Might be a lot of scuff of me reading things. Turns out a visual novel um festival will take a lot of you. Since I've been playing games like two games for each streams, and there's so much things to read. But I'm excited for the games we'll be trying out today. We actually will be playing two games. Both are demos. The first one is Still Warden, Riders of the New Day. It's set in the Weird West. The next one after that will be Imperial Grace. The premise of it is you are a queen and will be ruling your kingdom. But yeah, pretty pretty tired today. Sorry if I don't get hyper Tinenin the past few streams. Also, it's a Saturday stream. I know I haven't streamed during Saturdays for a while now. Been sticking to the MWF. I usually do Saturday streams when it's a collab with a bunch of other people, but I felt like I need to have another stream today to fit at least 5 streams during the festival of Choose Wisely Festival. If you guys haven't heard what Choose Wisely Fest is, it's a festival that celebrates ranching narratives. So if you guys check out the link pinned on my chat, you'll find all the games that is part of the festival. There are over 319 games. You can check out demos, Steam sales, and a bunch of other things you can look forward for in the future. Some of them are um, in early access, some of them has just game trailer, so you guys can support the devs for this. And yeah, it's branching narratives. It's all about games that where you can choose your own path in the story. It's very interesting so far. Most of the games I picked during this festival are those has like interesting gameplay mechanics for me. Hello Trello, thank you for redeeming second. Um Gameplay mechanics that are unique. Stories, interesting stories. I really like Murky yesterday. Art style wise, so pretty, and then like the constant fourth wall breaking was so funny. For this one, I got curious on the characters on the art cover of Tail Warden. That's why I picked it. And then for Imperial Grace, it mentioned something about hot woman or something. And then I got like the character in the screen is like I feel like you're going to be playing that character, the white-haired person. I'm like, she's so pretty. She's so pretty. I wanna play that game. But yeah, um, I and then we have the last stream for my Choose Wisely Fest will be on Monday. I will be playing two games, I think. I don't remember the one of the games, but I remember one of the game will be a vampire game. I'm excited for that, but yeah. Tail Warden, as you can hear, it's wild. It's like a Wild West, but it emphasizes weird. It's Weird West, not Wild West. Pom pom. I do have it open already. There we go. I am in the right category. Yes. Okay. Since I've been lacking sleep the past few days, um, so what will happen, chat, is that I will be playing the game already. Avoid all the talking, and so that we can finish the stream early. As far as I know, Tail Warden has a shorter demo length than Imperial Grace. So yeah, let's start. Let's start. Usually, even though they say that they have this specific length. Oh, look at them. This is the reason why I got um curious about this game because of the art style. But yeah, even though they usually say the length of their demos, I'm a slow reader. I have an undiagnosed dyslexia. I've been reading shit wrong the past few days. I've been realizing it. um, so I'm so sorry if I'm stuttering. But yeah, okay. Let's start. Let's start. New game. This is a demo. Tell are the riders of the new day. In this version, we take players through the very first moment of the game. After that, we skip some content to present the campfire mechanic where you can talk to your companions. Oh, so we're gonna be experiencing the first part, and then there are parts you will not experience yet. And then they're just gonna be showing a mechanic that they have. Okay, understandable. Does every existence have a purpose? Wow, hit you with a existential crisis at the start. Okay. Does creation have a purpose? Do you have one? Man, we want to create. We want our story to exist. Will you exist to us, Tail Warden? Oh, you are falling. A moment ago, you were in a different place, your home, your room, but now something is dragging you down. We are. Then there is darkness. You wake up gasping for air as something floods your mouth. Let me know about volumes, by the way, although it do be quiet right now. It's cold and dark, and there's pain. But when the liquid floods your vision, the need to fight it, some instinct smothers in you. It takes ages, or seconds. You're not sure anymore. You jerk not to drown and expect more pain. But when you get up, it is gone. You cautiously survey your surroundings. The fear grips you so tightly that you dare to dwell on one thought only. What is happening? You look at your reflection, distorted by ripples. You remember. Your name is Tinenin. Tinenin. We should address you by... Let's just she, her. What's going on? Where am I? You consider calling for help? Silence reigns here as if this place lay at the bottom of a forgotten chest. Interrupting this tranquility seems unwise. You decide to stay silent. You don't shout. Something or someone you may not favor could answer. You wait for something to happen. You're not even sure what exactly. But this world is deaf to your presence. For now. You push yourself to climb. You're greeted by a hostile desert drenched in weary sunset. It's an alien world. The speechless is world. Instinct whispers to you that you are not welcome here. And it's right. Let me increase more volume. Um, Look at the storm, look at the mountains, look at the roots. Pale roots are sticking out from under the sand, like the spines of underwater creature, hard and dry, pockmarked like corals. You can't tell how far away the mountains are, but you fear you wouldn't reach them until the storm reaches you. Besides, you might not be the only one considering the mountain as shelter. Sorry, I'm like hiccuping. Your last resort will be to hide in a nearby building, but without a roof, it is not very tempting. A dark band of thunderclouds connects the sand and the sky. They curl up with a natural grace and speed, forming a confined shape, as if they are sealed in a glass case. The storm seems to be approaching you. As you stand in the desert, you feel an inexplicable pressure. It's fear. How could it not be? But partially, it's a peculiar sense of being observed. There is no wind, and the air is odorless. Your ears ring from the uninterrupted silence of nothingness. Soon, the wind rises, and the first thunder rumbles in the distance. The storm is getting closer. But storms don't move so fast across the sky, at least not in your world. Should you hide? There's nothing around that can shield you from the storm. The best thing to do is hide in the crater and wait it out. But what if a lightning strikes while you are knee deep in that liquid? As if mocking you, lightning cuts the sky. You'll risk your chances with the crater. When you listen to the sound of approaching thunder, a new sound catches your attention. The muffled shouts and the rustle of sand. Something else is coming for you. You twitch as two riders appear on the edge of the crater. Their mounts are barely visible in a cloud of dust. One figure is holding a crossbow. The other is tilting their head and inspecting the bottom of the crater as if looking for something. When they see you, they smile in surprise. They both jump off their mounts. We saw you from afar! How brave of you to wander alone in the desert. You could easily be noticed by something other than us. Good thing it was just us. We helped the lost and the new. And you've already drawn the attention of the storm. We'd better hurry now. The rider gives a nod to his companion. They untie something attached to their saddle. Then, they drag it along the sand with one hand, while aiming at you with the other. Do you know what's going on here? Where am I? The rider examines you in silence. Then, he smiles. You are in the world called Notoria. I am... Where? There will be time for all your questions soon. You can call me Ghost, and this is Laima. This world is indifferent to courtesies. The more reason to keep them. So, what's your name? Introduce yourself. They introduce themselves, so why not? My name is Tinenin. Laima raises their crossbow slightly. Their watchful stare makes you anxious. You feel like vermin caught in a cage you have entered by yourself. Ghost nods, then points to Lima's crossbow as if by boredom. You can hide it for now. Lima glances at him but follows the order. Ghost gracefully runs down the crater wall with his hands tucked behind his back. He stops in front of you, studying your attire. Oh, he looks barely in his 20s, yet he wears an expression meant for someone older. He exudes doubtless confidence. A necklace with a mirror pendant hangs around his neck. In its reflection, something shifts. An image that doesn't belong there. But the scene changes quickly, revealing your face. He nods quickly at Laima and shifts from foot to foot. Despite his smile, he glances uneasily at his companion, then at the sky. Laima slides down after him, with a device stuck under their arm. The ease and efficiency with which they move suggests they have done this before. Their jaw is replaced by metal implant, and their eyes are not human, nor animal, but are in fact two sparkling lenses. They look at you, not blinking once. Who are you two? We are the residents, but we once fell here just as you did, many, many sunsets ago. Here. Here? Which is where? Here. Nowhere. Everywhere. As I said, we call this place Notoria, and we will protect you from it, for now. I remember falling. Am I dead? No, you are very much alive. You cheated death. Cheated? I don't understand. You will soon. We have a few moments to chat now. Inspect the suspicious liquid. Lima gently lowers the device into the liquid. They remove a syringe-like object from it as its weight causes to sink to the bottom. A flexible black tube links to the syringe to the device, and as Lima pulls the liquid, the canteen gradually fills with a shimmering goo. What are you doing? Gathering special resources? Those resources had almost drowned you a moment ago. Now, however, there is no trace of the liquid on your body or clothes, as if it had been absorbed immediately. You lean over and dip your hand. The liquid flows down your finger. Somehow, it's both pristine and thick as honey. What is this thing? Leave it be. Leave it. It won't affect you now. When you lift your fingers, the liquid has completely soaked into your skin. Lima ignores you, and Ghost looks up at the sky. They have no intention of answering you. Did I really crash here by a comet? Are you asking because you don't remember falling or because you don't believe it's real? Both. All I remember is something pulling me out of my chair. Then, the ringing in my ears and the ground coming at me. Really, really fast. And now we are standing here. Lima saw your fall from the observation tower. Your comment, if you will, we came as quickly as we could. Is this like isekai? So, it's real. It is real. Ghosts give you a sympathetic smile. It's more sad than pitying, which makes it seem sincere. You wrap your arms around yourself more tightly. It's been a long time since someone new has fallen. I am glad. I am glad. I saw those roots on the surface too. What are they? A keen eye. They resemble roots, so that's what we call them. However, I don't know anyone who knows exactly what they are or what they grew from. They cover most of Notaria. How come they weren't destroyed by my fall? They are completely intact. Notaria has many secrets. Perhaps you will have the opportunity to discover them in the near future. Canteen's full. Do we have another? No, I don't travel with more than just one nowadays. I mean, what for? Shit, if only she hadn't showed up, we could return here later. One canteen won't be enough. It has to be. Ghost leans over and pours the liquid into a small bottle he kept in his coat. Tinenin, we must hurry now, so allow me to make you an offer. You can go with us, and we will keep you safe. Or you can stay here and see what fate has to offer. I dare say that would be brave of you. Lightning strikes in the distance. The mounts are on the edge of the crater the mounts on the edge of the crater lift their heads and wail. It's almost a human cry. She's coming. He offers you his hand. Accept the help. You obeyed Ghost. Ghost approves. Hey, Ghost helps you climb to the surface. Another thunder rumbles across the sky. A warning. The wind hits you and it almost pushes you back into the crater's belly. You hide your face from the sand and approach the mount. Don't look Zahirs in the eye. Don't look at the mount. Good. You'll ride with me. The storm will catches the storm. Sorry, I'm like very good at listening to other people. I follow commands, okay? I don't really um if it's not questionable, I will listen, you know. The storm still catches up with you, roaring in rage. You can almost make it out worse in the whale as the clouds envelop you. Soft feathers drift around. Even with your face covered, you can still feel the sand in your eyes and mouth. You curl up behind Ghost, clutching his coat. The only sounds you hear are the swish of air and the canteen banging against the saddle. Almost there! The mountains, distant until now obscure the horizon and welcome you into their embrace. You are an insignificant speck between giants about to collide. Lightning strikes above you. The mounts jump up violently as the wind tosses sand and metal parts and something hits your leg. A scrap of metal slices your skin. The scream is lost in another thunder. As darkness creeps under your eyelids, you notice a fortified gate implanted in the rock wall. Then you faint. Girls got sliced in the leg and fainted that easily? Did our wish come true? Can you hear us? You wake up when warm air blows into your nostrils. You open your eyes. One mount leans its head over you, caressing your cheek. You're lying on the ground. Ghost pushes the mounts away and leans over you. His hair peeks out from the beneath the hat, all tousled. Dust had settled on his face and clothes. Ah, you're awake. You're trapped within four walls with a single window next to a pocket door. Someone is watching you from the other side of the glass. The air here is musty, and the smell of metal makes you nauseous. Loud knocks echo against the metal door behind you. Yet, the door remains closed, and only the latch trembles with each subsequent strike. It's the storm. She's trying to come inside, but she won't succeed. She'll get bored soon and leave. Doesn't sound like she's. When you try to stand up, an intense and sudden pain pierces your leg. Be careful now. You just fainted. And you haven't even lost that much blood. Does this happen to you often? You look down where it hurts. Blood has stained your clothes and seeped into the ground. Please don't panic. Groan in disgust. Blah, I hate blood. Run a simplified admission procedure. But, Sheriff, she's still bleeding. Now, Lima voice is cold and mechanical. They lean over you and one of their lenses turns red. A focused beam of light runs over your body. DNA scan reveals she's a human. No weapons, no implants. What is the name of your home planet or world? I'm from Earth. Do you have any possessions with you? Why are you asking? It's a part of the procedure. Lima ensures that no one who enters the town poses a threat to our world. If you don't cooperate, I'll have to search you myself, even in this state. Fine, fine. I don't have anything with me. How can you contribute to Cradle Town? You can only focus on the pain. You feel the sand sticking to your wound. The only response Lima gets from you is a grumble through your teeth. Can you fight? Do you have any powers? Any particular skills? Powers? I don't have any powers. I'm just average. A normal gal. What were you doing before the fall? I've started the computer. I wanted to play. Oh, fourth wall break! Are you a scientist? Technician? Can you control technology or weave data? Weave? No, I just wanted to turn on a video game. Ayan, kaka-computer mo yan. Pinadala ka tuloy sa ibang lugar. In what purpose? Just for fun. I turned on the video game because I wanted to play. A moment later, I woke up in the desert. Lima and Ghost exchange confused glances. Um, please take me to a doctor. Our healer is busy now. The silence that falls is piercingly cold. Please. Ghost reaches under his coat. You notice a golden badge hooked onto his belt, right next to the holstered revolver. I approve the assignation. So soon, but Jacomir has to perform the second test. We will continue the procedure later. Gus ignores them and hands you a small bottle that he has filled with a shimmering liquid back at the crater. Whoa, pretty! Pour it into your wound. It'll help. You're in too much pain, you take the bottle. You can't tell if these words are genuine or if it's a trap. The pain makes the choice for you. Without even rolling up your pant leg, you grab the bottle and pour the liquid over your wound. When the bottle is empty, Ghost takes it and hides it in his coat. It will not heal otherwise. You blink a few times, your nerves are stunned as much as you are. Your wound has healed. When you stand up, the pain disappears as if it was never there. What? How is this possible? Lima and Ghost exchange amused glances. Rookie. You only survived the fall because this liquid began regenerating you the moment you hit the surface. We call it Nixa. So, it's underground? Not quite. Whenever someone falls, the crater fills with it, just enough to save someone's life. We did dig for it, but never found the source. It's our most valuable commodity and the only natural remedy whose effects you have just seen. We use it as a currency and medicine, but each resident of our town can only request the amount of Nixa they are entitled to. You will get your share after you prove yourself useful. That is, if we decide to keep you. Why do you even want to help me? We help all who seek refuge if they abide by our laws. We welcome them here and reward them for their work. And where exactly are we? Cradle Town or Cradle? Cradle Town, the safest place there is. The lightning strikes at the door, and the sound echoes throughout the room. Even Ghost and Laima step back, and the mountains whine. What will happen to me now? You will stay in our town until we resume the admission procedure. We'll provide you with every comfort. Hello, Hawk! Thank you for redeeming third. Now, I am awaited inside. Please follow us. I will take you to the ship. Ship? What about temporary quarters? I want to keep this one close. Hey! Lima grabs Zaire's reins and they both head towards the entrance by the window. There's someone standing there. The door opens with a buzz. You follow them in silence. Pretty! You walk through the tunnel. Ghost sets the path before you while Lima washes your back. The mounts follow you calmly. The walls are quite uneven, as if the tunnel has been dug up and sculpted by hand. Several floral bulbs, which have been hung using a string, illuminate your path. You raise your hand to touch them. I wouldn't do that. They can swallow your fingers. Good. Ahead of you, another door emerges from the darkness. Ghost unlocks them with a door control panel and they slide open. Oh, ah! Before you, Cradletown stands. The air is thick with the warm, comforting scent of food, blended with a subtle sweetness that's hard to pin down. Strings of lamps stretch between the buildings, illuminating the townsfolk sitting on their porches. A few of them turn their gaze to you. Lenses flash and pupils widen. Some twist their necks at unnatural angles to get a better look. This way. Ghost leads you towards a narrow alley. He walks quickly, not bothering to hide his haste. Lima says their goodbyes and leaves, taking the mounts. You stroll down the littered street, discarded cans and crumpled papers strewn across the ground. The writing on the papers resemble magical runes. You can't decipher it. As you walk by a dimly lit porch, a couple sitting on a rocking chair notices you. One of them is missing a nose, and a small indentation on their face emits a puff of smoke. Hey, Sheriff! Found us a salvation yet? It takes time. Yeah, so does the waiting. Yo ho! Who's that? The other person leans in. Their skin is a deep shade of blue and is covered with tiny scales. They have fins for ears. Surprise blossoms on their face at the sight of you, and their cheeks blush a warm lavender color. Do not concern yourself with us. Residents immediately look away and indulge in whispers. As I said before, it's been a long time since anyone new arrived. You are sure to catch a few glimpses. As you follow ghosts through the labyrinth streets, your eyes dart around the houses that line the way. As at times you catch sight of someone's eyes watching you from a window, but they disappear as soon as you look closer. You're not humans? Some residents are, like you and me, but others aren't. Are you disturbed by people who are different from you? Of course not. Besides, they aren't my biggest concern at the moment. Ah, you're not interested in who we are, but rather why we are here. Believe me, I wish I knew that too. Have you all fallen here the same way I did? Yes, we all did. Tomorrow, we will finish the admission procedure and I'll introduce you to townsfolk and show you around. Why not now? Now, I have other duties to attend to. Here we are. You leave the tangle of alleys into the starship. It seems as if the starship collided head on with the mountain. While some of its walls have been patched up with metal scraps, the cockpit is completely destroyed. It leans against the wall in a slight curve, unfit for any use other than accommodation. Is this a real starship? Did someone crash it here? Ha! How lovely to see someone startled by our own town. Yeah, yes, the ship has fallen here with one of the residents, town's creator to be precise. Now, it's home to me and my subordinates. If you ever need to visit a clinic, it's in the building on the right. There is a passageway that runs directly through the ship and leads right to it. So, you do have a doctor here. Not only Nixa? We have a healer. She treats minor injuries. For some severe wounds like the one on your leg, we turn to Nixa. You approach the starship. Ghost clicks something on the panel next to the pocket door, which, after a moment, slides open. Ooh. Ghost leads you into a corridor illuminated by fluorescent lights on the ceiling. He gestures for you to go on, and as you do so, something flashes at the end of the hall. A mirror, on slightly crooked legs with a golden frame. A crack spreads across the mirror like a scar, cutting your reflection in half. Why would anyone put it there? Your cabin is on the right. The sound of an accelerated footsteps interrupts him. Someone is running through the corridor towards you. Ghost! It's the woman! She... Oh no. Take me to her. Before running away without any explanation, he reaches under his coat, his hands slightly shaking. Tinenin, I will meet you in your cabin later. Take my journal and study town's map, but don't wander anywhere. They run down the corridor and turn left to the clinic. You're left alone. Fluorescent lights buzz quietly above your head, and you stare at your crooked reflection. More and more questions form in your head. Before you fell, you switch on a game you played many times before. Everything else is a blur. What happened back there? Did someone do this to you? You ponder the faint memory of someone's voice as you were falling. As you stand quietly, a creeping sensation starts to take over once again. You tense up at the feeling of someone staring at you, perceiving you. Maybe it's your reflection, or maybe someone is peering at you from their room. You shiver. With Ghost gone, you either comply and stay in your cabin, or disobey him and explore Cattletown. You acquire a journal. The journal tracks mysteries and character information you gather, and all items you have found. To open the journal, click on the icon in the upper right corner. If you are able to explore the area, the journal with the map will automatically display. From there, you can select the destination you wish to travel to. We wonder what you will discover. Your cabin, the clinic, market, saloon, main street. Chat, do we wander around? What you think? Do we want to wander around? So far we've been following their instruction of like not going anywhere and all that. But what do you think? Should we? My feet is cramping. Ah. Huh. Ow, 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 ow. My legs. It's in pain. Do I stay or go? I wanna go to the clinic. I'm curious on what they're doing, but also I don't wanna. Let's go to the cabin first. Oh. Okay. Let's go to the saloon. Ooh! You push the swinging doors open. You imagine the stares you'll receive as soon as you walk in, just like in the movies. However, the noise and bustle help you slip into the bar unnoticed. Heavy cigar smoke scratches your throat as you move through the crowd. The smell here is not only of smoke, but also of something soapy. Some tables are covered with cards and glasses filled with a white, clear liquid that looks like diluted milk. The liquor shelf seems mostly empty. You stop by the bar. Skulls. So many skulls. Large enough to curl up inside or thinner than a thimble. Some have multiple eye sockets, some have horns, and rows of sharp teeth that could cage you easily. You don't want to know what they belong to or why they ended up here. There are even more of them on the wall near the bar. Old fashioned mirrors, similar to the one you saw on the starship, hang between them. Under the skulls hang a notice board pinned with handwritten messages and posters. Yes, those notorious wanted posters. All the Jones faces seems to mock you, and there are a lot of them. You look at the ones with the highest reward quoted in Nixa millimeters. A condition is to bring them alive. The poet of Cradle Town, the storm sailor. A shepherdess with a mantle over her shoulder, a woman adorned with jewelry and peculiar tattoos on her neck. A robot covered in moss with one eye broken, and a man with large, thick scar as if his face was chopped in half. Can I help you? The bartender wipes a glass. His beady, shining eyes focus intently on you. As you stare back at him, he snorts with amusement. Mm, um, so? What do you need? Look, respectfully. You stare at him a little too long. Did you say something? Bartender breathes heavily through his nostrils, displaying his annoyance. I'm Belbel. I see you're a newcomer. The word of the newcomer has not reached me yet. Did you get an expedited admission procedure or something? I guess so. The storm caught up to us and the sheriff was busy. Great, then they won't send an expedition to gather more Nexa. The storm destroys everything in her path. Did you see how much they collected? One canteen. What? So little? They said they weren't prepared. They should have been. Doesn't matter. It's not your problem. Are you even allowed here? Sheriff permitted you to wander only by yourself. No, but I wanted to explore. No, but I wanted to explore. I don't blame you, but he'll be pissed. He always is, usually over nothing. As about Cradle Town. It's a town. You're in it. I don't know what else to tell you. It has lasted longer than any other town on Notoria that I know of. That's because it has good rules. The sheriff doesn't hesitate to kick out anyone who causes problems. It's a good way to prevent overpopulation. There is also plenty of work here, which keeps people busy. On Notoria, there aren't many things to do. You can either work in town or commune, or live as a va- vagant on the surface at the mercy of the desert. I chose Cradle Town. What can you do in here? You can go entertain yourself, look for a job on notice boards. Hell, you can even stand on the main street and sing. Some folks do that just out of boredom. Every resident is either entertaining others or creating something. Any novelty gets an applause. And if Ghost allows you to stay, you can volunteer for expeditions. At least that was the case until recently. Ghost suspended all expeditions some time ago. Sheriff. What of him? I don't know. Doesn't he seem a little young? Everyone thought so too. No one took him seriously. When the founder of Town announced that he wanted to grant Ghost authority, many opposed the idea of submitting their candidacy. One sunset, before the founder made a decision, Ghost revealed the secrets of each candidate, things no one should have known, which humiliated them in the eyes of everyone. He promised that no one would be harmed or suffer injustice under his protection. He knew that the law can't be just bureaucracy, and he won. Till this sunset, he did keep his word. Whenever trouble starts, he shows up right away with Lima and Jacko, and they quickly settle the matter. But Bartender leans close and whispers, covering his snout with a handkerchief. He promised that he would find a way back home, but that promise has aged like milk. Many believe that he says he's still looking for a way just to keep his badge. Skulls. These are trophies brought by hunters from the expeditions. They bring you skulls? No. I harvest skulls from what they bring me. He gave the bartender a look of mild horror mixed with disgust. It forces it forces him to elaborate. It's a little hobby of mine, and I have a creative soul. That's me. How long have you been here? No idea. It's been so long that I barely remember my homeworld, but there was no sand. Here, there's a lot of it. It gets everywhere. Since the sheriff's old squad found me, I haven't surfaced once because of that sand. What do you do here all day? Like everyone else, I try to stay sane. Liquor helps. And besides that, I visit my partners. So you never surface? No, too much sand and monsters. I think I'll be going. Be careful, if you wander around, you are sure to cause quite a stir. Everyone saw the sheriff and Lima live in a hurry. Once they realize you are the reason why, you'll become their biggest attraction. A symbol of hope, even. Hope for what? For change. No one talks about it out loud because Ghost has means to hear everything, but people whisper about the need for change, and the bartender listens. Recently, Ghost hasn't made any effort to send us back home. In fact, he has become even more avoidant since the Wanderer arrived in the town. Who was it? He was a Sullivagent. How do you read that? Came here to trade, but instead of following the proper procedure, he came to my saloon and caused trouble. He said that he was kicked out of his village for a crime that he claimed he didn't commit, but there was guilt in his eyes. Then Ghost came for him and kicked him out of the town. After that, the sheriff started leaving his office even less than before. He was constantly busy and suspended the expeditions. No one knows why. Anyway, I hope you prove to be better than the Wanderer. If so, the saloon is open all sunset. All sunset? Yep. Actually, if you are so eager to explore, you could check the schedule of the expedition HQ for me. I want to know if anything changed. Okay. Thanks, kiddo. The bartender never leaves his saloon. You decide to head out, but as you turn to leave, you catch a glimpse of a movement in one of the mirrors. You thought you saw the silhouette of a man, but when you quickly search for a reflection, you see no one. But others see you. Someone even invites you to a table when you walk through the saloon door. You tell Ghost's command to stay in the starship. Despite Ghost's young appearance, he exudes an air of authority that is hard to ignore, and you consider coming back. The feeling that you are breaking some unspecified law haunts you. But maybe exploring the town a little longer won't cause any harm. Um, let's go to the clinic. You sneak again into the ship. You make your way down the corridor, your footsteps echoing against the metal floor. It's so incredibly quiet here. It's a different kind of tranquility from the eerie stillness of the desert. Here, the silence is sedating. There, it was perilous. Two plaques hang above the mirror. Clinic and warehouse. You peek into the warehouse. The room is pitch black. You can't see a single shape. You you turn toward a slightly ajar door which reveals the interior of the clinic. Why is it bloody? Someone moves behind the next door. An argument breaks out. It hushed to a whisper, but still full of tension. Is this our fault? I wanted to use more, but you ordered me. We must save those. We must save those reserves. But why? If you'd only explain to me why, I don't doubt you, Sheriff. But I know when you doubt yourself. Just tell me, why did you order me to uphold our reserves? You have so little left anyway. Just follow the orders you were given. What about the canteen lima broth? Save it. Just tell me, could you have saved her if you'd used more? I don't know if that would have made a difference. I had to perform a C-section. She was unconscious and losing too much blood. I could save her, or the baby. The baby! As you approach the room to hear better, you bump into Baxes, stuck against the wall. You quickly retreat and hide behind the wall. You hear movements in the other room. When they resume their conversation after a moment, they speak too quietly for you to hear. Red fingerprints stain the control panel. A metallic smell wafts through the entire corridor. You feel a lump in your throat. So where is it? In your cabin. It's sleeping for now. Muffled voices are drowned out by the sound of some kind of machine. You can faintly smell disinfectant. You listen carefully, but cannot make out any words. You can smell it before you see it. Blood spilled on the ground. Further on. You instinctively step back, sensing danger. Whatever happened here, someone lost lots of blood. This sight was not meant for your eyes, and you know it. You return to the corridor. Hmm. We go to the market or the main street? Wanna check the main street. A little longer walk couldn't hurt anybody. Ghosts can wait. Empty alleys leads you to the main street. You whisper, "It's high noon," and raise your invisible gun. Coincidentally, a tumbleweed rolls across the street. Some townsfolk are busy trading goods, while others sit around barrels chatting, playing cards, or watching twitching hologram images on small portable monitors, or ethereal smoke-like figures moving in someone's palm. There's a low hum in the air. Some of the residents are lifting objects around them without using their hands. You don't know if it's magic or technology. Here, they are intertwined. They couldn't be more different from each other, yet you notice one thing they all have in common. Their faces reflect the same weariness and a strange indifference. Something in their eyes ages them, perhaps the seclusion of this isolated place. Most of them wear cowboy hats. Newcomer? It's been so long. Another human? Look at the buildings, look at the walls, look at the notice boards, look at the wall. No. As you glance at the signs on the buildings, tattoo animations, spells undoing, repairing magic, you feel confused. As you stroll, you pass by a large repair shop. You glance inside at the pieces displayed in the front door. They all seem like the things of fiction. Tucked away behind the bustling main streets, you find a stable that shelters a small group of Zahis, quietly facing the wall as if drawn to something within the stone. The stale scent of dry hay hangs in the air, emphasizing the unsettling absence of food and water in the true Zahis remained quiet, gazing in one direction only. The stone walls are patched with mismatched materials and pieced together haphazardly with scraps of metal and wood. Fortified, the walls hold the town in a stranglehold. They also resemble the walls carved by your fall. Tall legs of sturdy frameworks encircle the town like the rungs of a protective cradle. This place seems safe, but you can't help the strange feeling that something is watching you. Notices of missing items and job offers are posted on the board. Someone even announced a request to clear their hunted blood. Another person wanted to organize an evening of poetry. Only two people signed up. When you walk up to the board, you also see wanted posters you saw at the saloon. There's also an expedition schedule pinned to it by a nail. A big red line crosses out all the dates. Contact Lima if it's urgent, it says at the bottom. People's interest grows with repeated rumor of your presence, but no one welcomes you directly. You walk away to avoid their stares. Last one. Market. You walk up at the row of stalls and look at the laid out trinkets. Petite bottles filled with suspicious, boiling liquids that promise to alter mood and thoughts. Handmade weapons, jewelry, prostheses, and implants with coupons redeemable at the nearby mechanic. You pass a food stand. The food looks rather overcooked, and it's hard to tell whether that what's covered on wooden sticks was once a root or a rodent. The smell of spices and burnt oil irritates your stomach. Hunger strikes quickly. You hope someone will give you a meal soon. Our merchant, One merchant notices your interest and waves at you. A light symbol scars A light symbol scars their face in a cheek cross-section pattern. They respond favorably to your glance. They pick up a pair of boots and say they're perfect for running away from a sand weaver, whatever that means. They try to sell them to you enthusiastically. You politely refuse, explaining you have nothing in exchange. You look at the other things they have on display. Where do you get all those items from? All my goods are from the last expedition. Did you know the hunters found an abandoned backpack? There was so much stuff in it. These boots included. I'm telling you, you won't find such boots anywhere else. They have been checked by the sheriff, of course. I sell nothing dangerous. Hunters, expeditions. Well, yes, expeditioners who hunt for goods. You politely refuse. Okay. Do you sell food here? I don't, but you can buy crystallized fishes, chewable bones, or even fried cacti there, right there. If you're looking for something more concrete, you can pay me now and I'll ensure its delivery on the next expedition. I heard from Bell that expeditions have been postponed lately. Well, yes, but that makes the offer even better. Once the expeditions deliver the goods, their price will increase, and I guarantee that I won't take any extra payment from you. I think I'll pass. How can I pay for your stuff? I will accept items of similar value for exchange, but the value is for me to determine, as my stuff is the most wonderful there is. So, what it's gonna be? Would you like a patch of bulb flowers smeared with Tari's saliva? It won't heal big wounds, but it's good for small cuts. We have to manage somehow since they cut our Nixa rations, right? Or some jewelry. Everyone loves jewelry here. It's quite pretty. It sure is. I could take the hoodie from you. It doesn't suit you, neither the color nor the texture. Trust me, I'll do you a favor by taking it from you. What do you say? A hoodie for a bracelet? You could give it to someone beloved. Um, Let me keep the hoodie. I might need it later. Poof, your loss. Oh, and how about they lean closer to you and add in a whisper. Raw moonut root, I assure you, this delivery is extremely strong. Much stronger than that diluted liquor Bell sells. But I still don't have anything for exchange. I see. Then maybe, you could go to the saloon and bring me my glasses. I left them there last sunset. If you do this, I will give you a sample of Munu. I might even add a hot gossip to it for free. Sure, yeah. Splendid. Once again, you get the feeling of being watched, as if someone or something was standing right behind your back. You wonder if Ghost has already noticed your absence. Your silly anxiety persists, even though you were only gone for a short while. Maybe you should get back soon. You return and see Bell Bell still wiping the glass. What do you need? Expeditions are still cancelled. Ugh. Figures. I'm running low on supplies. People will get angry with this soon enough. Never mind. I'll give you this for the trouble. Bartender grabs something from under the counter that looks like a cluster of berries. The fruits are transparent with a little darker orb inside. Glassberries. No one really likes them, but I heard that they taste sweet to humans. Yeah, I can smell that you are one. But don't try eating it like that. I don't want you throwing up on your first sunset. Squish it so that the only inside is left. Then you can eat it. Okay, thank you. Sure thing, kiddo. What do you need? The pink-haired merchant wanted their glasses back. Good, I wasn't going to leave my saloon just to return them. Here. What do you need? Never mind. Belber just wags his tails in response. You return to the market, the merchant doesn't seem to see you, but when you come closer, they immediately smile. Do you have them? Yes. The merchant takes the glasses and wipes them. So, I promised you a gossip, didn't I? They wave at you to come closer to their stall. I went to higher ups to resubmit the request to demolish the theater. I mean, who needs it anyway? We need more space to expand the market. That's what I said. But they dismissed me. Just like that. They told me that the sheriff had postponed all requests for another week. Yet, he had already dismissed me 3 times in the past month. What to know my opinion? They put on their glasses and leaned for something hidden under their stall. I think he grew even more bitter after this shooting incident. Shooting incident? Oh yeah, when he allegedly shot one of his old crew. They hand you something small, shaped like a snail's shell, a root of some kind. You won't eat it. Its smell is sour and potent like fermented apples. What is this? It's Ramono root, town's favorite. How come you don't know this? I do. I just forgot. It is edible, right? Well, yes, but you have to cook it first. The merchant squints their eyes and looks at your face for the first time with glasses on. Wait a minute. You're not from around here. You don't want your presence to cause any gossip that reaches Ghost's ears, so you decided to run away. Sorry, I need to go. Time to go home. Yes. You sneak again into the ship. You find your cabin ready to rest. The door next to you opens slightly. Hmm. Something stirs in the darkness. It mumbles. You freeze and listen. A clap. Then, a sharp snap as if something is being ripped apart. You open the door to your cabin. You completed the first half of Act 1! After the events in Act 1, you'll be sent to the surface to find the notorious Riders of the Night. Then, they'll be your companions throughout the game. Oh! Now, we'll introduce you to the campfire, a major mechanic that begins in Act 2. For this demo, conversations have been shortened. Oh, these are all the wanted people. Over over the character you want to talk to, you can talk to all of them or skip the campfire altogether by clicking on the fire. Engaging in the conversation will increase your affection, which will have a big impact on your story. Will you join the riders or will you rest? She's creepy. She looks so ominous and creepy. Zohan, talk to the poet, talk to Finch, talk to Batis. Notoria. Like all the others, you fell here by a comment. This mysterious man. Uh, I wanna talk to the creepy lady first. Talk to Daedra. Daedra sits before their tent. Zohan and the poet in front of them, keeping their distance. She's so pretty. Don't worry, kiddo. It's nothing. Of course, it's just a book. Books, after all, happen to get torn apart all the time. It's just that this particular one was important. Very important. And what happened? The poet found Daedra in his and Finch tent. They were tearing pages out of his book. And I say that nothing happened. The kid just ripped out a few pages and ate them. Oh yes, they do that sometimes. Was that book important? Of No, it's ancient history. Come on, Mr. Poet. We'll write a poem with a twig in the sand. You'll feel much better. When they leave, Deja passes the ground right next to them and waits for you to sit. When they are looking ahead at the campfire, their other pair of irises is pointed at you. Dead. Dead. Forgotten. What are you talking about? Mm-hmm. Their eyes. What do you think of them? Remorse, desperation, and new longing. Are you talking about someone specific? Hmm. And what do you think about me? Not no. Paper. I don't have any paper right now. Paper. Great. Old. Very old. Kept satisfied. But we're hungry now. Why? The planet's hungry? Partially. It tries, but fails. It dries out. Everyone tried, but failed. They dry it out too. Can you explain it more? Please try to use simple words for me. Deja wrinkles their forehead and begins to wriggle. They want to explain. They want you to understand. Their eyes shift, their mandible twitched. Deja, I'm sorry. I won't brag again, okay? Need paper now. You don't have anything else to talk about. Zohan, the poet, Finch. I'm curious about the poet. The poet sits in the company of Finch. The robot and the statue gesture to each other. The poet's laugh is slightly distorted yet sincere, almost boyish in its cheerfulness. You don't want to disturb them, but the robot glances in your direction and waves invitingly. Howdy, Tinenin. How glad I am that you joined us. Our level of familiarity requires us to get to know each other better to determine if we like each other. That's why I'm here. I think I wanted to talk to you. With me? What a pleasure. What's on your mind? Could you kindly tell me what's going on in Cradletown? Cradletown itself seemed tired. The poet grins his eyes, something in his forearm rustles as he corrects his hat in a haughty manner. Tired? I don't know how I could describe it in any other way. It seemed old even with people everywhere, and there were so many mirrors. Who put them there? Sheriff. He believed they were meant to protect the town, but until now, I thought most of them would break. I'm glad they at least retained the hat tradition. With me, what a pleasure. Something about yourself. The world is from. I do only possess few memories of it saved on my disk, but here it is. I come from a livestock farm planet inhabited mostly by cattle and robotic laborers. The only guests on our farm were occasional crewless Air Force coming for supplies. I didn't even see a human being for the first 80 years of my existence. It was lonely until all changed. But let's leave the story for another time. The poet does not want to talk about this now. His skills. My lens provides something similar to X-ray vision in a thermal scanner. These have many applications, from weapon identification, field scanning, to lie detection. But you ask about my skills. Oh, I excel in anthropology. This knowledge was provided to me after I was taken from my farm planet and introduced to a new software system, along with a different directive. When I fell here, my disc was damaged and now my past is a bit blurry. Spaceship landings carry certain risks in typical cases, and a collision landing on an alien planet when you are not buckled up gives you even less chances. I think it was a wrench that hit my head and broke my lens. Good thing I didn't lose any data on my favorite original characters. Can you imagine if I forgot about them? It would be as if they never existed. But now I see I'm starting to bore you. Let's move on. His title. Are you really a poet? I sure am. My official name is a serial number, which is suffice to say way less memorable than I decided it to be. Thus, I rebranded myself. I'm the poet, the sole poet of Notoria, and to my knowledge, I am also only the robotic poet within my home solar system. I find this rather dazzling, so do not confuse my title with modesty. Oh no. I am much more than just my code, yet to some, I am still a simple AI. I'd like to inquire, what is your opinion of me? I am amazed by you. You act like a real person. In my world, AI was just getting started. You're far different the from the AIs I know. Liberated, perhaps. I've heard that a couple of times. I take it as a compliment for the one who gave me the software that changed my prime directive. Now I can create my own art, not just admire it from a database stored on my disk. But I won't blame you if you only see me as a simple AI acting on its algorithms. Likewise, I see you as a cluster of cells. But maybe in time we will see more in each other than our original purpose. Something clutters inside the poet, it rattles like a faulty turbine, and you both look at the hole in his belly. Ah, you haven't met the most important member of our crew yet. The poet extends his hands. As if on cue, a small bird flies out of his torn abdomen and sits on his finger. It stirs up the dust that has gathered in its nest, a small pile of random twigs and objects. Chirp! Her name is Lassie. She fell along with Finch, so you can say that two Finches fell that day. We are raising her together. Lassie jumps up and looks around, and then she understands that she has been called in vain. She jumps back in her refuge. Thank you for the discourse. Should you need any help, I'll be here. As you approach, you hear music and a chirp of a bird. Finch sits near the poet with Lassie on his shoulder, singing to his tune. He plays using his finely sculpted fingernails, shaping the melody into a characteristic sharp sound. One string is broken and curled up like a serpent. Oh, they like the character design looks so cool. As you approach him, he stiffs and puts down the guitar. When he gets up, he stumbles over it. You wouldn't think a statue could reflect embarrassment in such a detail. Finch tilts his head so that his hair covers his face and sinks into his poncho. I would like to talk to you. Finch nods bashfully and pulls out his notebook. Before approaching you, he carries the poet's shoulder as if to say goodbye. Finch hands you his notebook gently. He adjusts his hair, appearing as if all he wanted was to disappear beneath his hood. Can you tell me something about yourself? The world he's from. Nothing appears on paper for a while. Finch escapes with a look and just shakes his head. Finch does not want to talk about this now. His notebook. How does your notebook works? At a leisurely pace, the words appear on the page, arranged in a connected sequence. These words are my thoughts. The notebook has been bewitched by a certain scroll speller. Ah, sorry, you probably don't know who. You don't know who a scroll speller is. Well, it's not very interesting anyway. All your thoughts go there? Here? Oh no, that will be quite embarrassing. Only what I decide appears there. And that's it. Music. What about my music? You don't like it? I can stop playing at campfires if it bothers you. It's not that. Just want to know what it means to you. Oh, I just use it to weigh less. I found this guitar on the surface once and it became my voice. When people see me, they mostly assume that I'm tough and cold. I'm not. I'm delicate, and through music, I can express this. And when I first played for Cradle Townsfolk, I felt that others saw my nature, saw real me beyond this rock. What was it? The song that you played for them? It was a simple love song I remember from my past. Can you play it now? Now? For you? No, no, no. I don't know you, and I can't play it now anyway. A shame. But you do really like what you play by the fire. Oh, you mean it? It's so weird to be perceived by a stranger after all this time, but it's also inspiring. Ah, sorry. I should have thanked you. I don't really do well with compliments. Finch hands you his notebook gently. He adjusts his hair, appearing as if wanted to experiment this. Okay, let's just rest. When silence falls beneath you, it gets uncomfortable rather quickly. Finch brushes the sand with his shoe, and after a brief uncertainty, he reaches out for his notebook, nods, and strides back to the campfire. Baptiste. As you approach Baptiste, the fire casts dancing shadows on her, causing her tattoos to seem as if they are in motion. Ah, my back hurts. She leisurely takes a drag from her cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The gentle scent of rain follows her. Her eyes dart around sharply, constantly searching, constantly watchful. Baptiste extinguishes her cigar against the sole of her shoe and stands in front of you. Ahoy! What do you want? I'd like to talk to you. Let's hear it. World's just from my world. It's been a long time since I thought about it. I don't remember many things anymore. However, I certainly remember how it was diversified. The war-tainted subworld and the upworld of hills high above the ground, between which one could only travel by cloud ships. I doubt you can imagine their horror and beauty. Ships gliding through the sky, cities built on the peaks of the lonely Dagger Mountains, abandoned monasteries where stolen dragons were auctioned off, and storms, many, many wild storms. I traveled on a cloud ship. There were times when we hadn't set foot on solid ground for months. What times they were! Maybe one day I'll share a few sailor tales with you. They are not tattoos, they are marks left by greedy hands. If you look closely, you will notice the lines of fingers. See? Hunting, aren't they? Someone did this to you? Maybe someday I'll tell you more, if I like you. I'm sorry this happened to you. Greedy doesn't mean uninvited. I'm also to blame for them. You know how a predator stalks his prey, searching for it by broken twigs and puffs of sand. Storm does the same with me. She follows, she waits, she never gives up. I thought she was following all of you. Us, yes, she follows us. That's exactly what I said. Baptiste does not want to talk about this now. I let you rest. Baptiste nods goodbye to you. Last person. Zohan sits on the ground, her legs stretched out in front of her, her dress folded up. You notice that both of her legs are hooked, but one of them is a metal prosthesis with tiny mechanism attached to the sides. A single branch snaps and sends sparks flying in all directions. Shit! Every single spark seems to find its way to Zohan, and they bounce off her prosthesis. She jumps, precariously shaking up her dress and bumping into you in the process. Oh, what brings you to me? She's so pretty! I wanted to talk. Lucky me! What's up? Her voice carries a subtle hook, leaving you to question whether her smirk reflects sincerity or hints sarcasm. As about the world she's from. My world? Phew, what a heavy topic. I'm from a small mountain village. If someone ever named my world, the tale of it didn't teach us. What was it like there? Peaceful. Boring. I'm an Or, a shepherdess from a clan that raises owns fur wool. Do you know what a sheep is? I do. Then I imagine a ship almost 2 meters tall, with a long snout and funny fur. That's what Ooms are. And oh, they can sing. Sheep don't do that, right? So in conclusion, it was quite boring, though the singing was nice. And you? Where are you from? I'm from Earth. Is it peaceful there? Far from it. No wonder you don't have umps. Hmm. Come to think of it, I do remember little from those days. Just a few events, the important ones, you know. The moments in between are almost as if they didn't exist at all. Her mantle. I made it in my homeland. It used to be a blanket, but it shrank. Or maybe it got bigger. Maybe both. You can sew? No, but I can craft, and I do art. At least I did when it was fun. Now it's not fun. It's meh now. I don't have any inspiration. Besides, what would I do with another teddy bear made from old shoes? I can take it with me unless it's useful, and my art was never useful. Anyway, my mantle is made from yarn. It's very important for you to know when you want to know me because I'm a vegetarian and I wouldn't wear animal skin. But I can bite something non-vegetable if someone would want to steal my mantle. We Ors have very strong feelings about our properties and very sharp teeth. It looks good on you. I know! It's Notorious' latest trend. Predicting future? I heard that you can predict the future. How come you didn't predict that you'll meet me? It doesn't work like that. Wait, right, Ghost told you that. I don't predict the future. I can only glimpse into the possibilities. So you can predict the possibilities with the dice. I saw you using them. Are they magical? Ha! No, far from it. They are unlucky. In my world, I once snuck into the town to see a play. I love it. In fact, I love it so much that I learned to too hard on the railing and broke it. I stole that broken plank and ran away. Later, I made dice from it. So no, no magic, only bad luck. Or good luck. Depends on how you look at it, and that's all you have to know. Johan does not want to talk about this now. Okay. We slayed this conversation. Welcome to the herd. Okay, that's everything. And the campfire. As each of your companions slowly makes their way to their tents, Batis keeps a vigilant lookout. They take a moment to sit on a log and gaze at the sunset. The sun hung still in the sky, unwavering and resolute, encircled by a constellation of stars. Your next adventure beckons from beyond. Yippee! Thank you for playing the demo version of the Tail Warden Riders of the New Day. We hope this story has intrigued you and it's yours after all. The full game will feature many secrets to uncover, a complete journal, 30 plus characters to meet. What the heck, 30? Oh, more than 30 and 30 plus explorable locations. That's so many. Yo, this is interesting. That is fun. If you'd like to support us on this journey, please consider giving us feedback by taking a server or wrestling on Steam. See you there, Tail Wardens. Let's go! Chat, please wishlist Tail Warden. It's so cool. I love the story and the mystery of it so far. Characters as well, it's so cool. Credit! There we go. These are the amazing people who made this game. So cool. There's a background music for it, or did they found it themselves? Nice. Sound effects. Point chance by the Ginsers. Oh, there's a lot of sound effects in this, honestly. Pronoun tool. It's so good for them to actually credit everything as in everything. Yippee! I wanna know more about her since she's in the middle and we didn't really understand how we met them yet. That's the sheriff. We haven't met this person, I guess. Yay! First game done.
Skylark says wood.
Oh, wood. Oh my god. Crazy. Okay, let me open up the next game. We'll be playing Imperial Grace. We're gonna be a queen because I'm already a queen. Claim it. There we go. Loading up the next game. Yeah, I know. We're gonna be ruling our own kingdom. An empress can't. I'm not good at leading people though. I don't want to accidentally create a war while I'm an empress, you know? Let me like mute for a bit and take a rest because I was reading that entire thing for 1 hour. I don't know. Let's do a 5-minute break if that's okay for you guys. I'll be back. 5 minutes turned into 10 minutes. Sorry. Had to go had to go to the bathroom as well. I was about to like turn on my mic and then I'm like, wait, I actually need to go to the bathroom. Okay, here we go. Hi chat, we're back. I go. I'm I love playing indie games and narrative stories and all that, but I really wanna play League right now. I wanna play League. It's so bad. I shouldn't, but I wanna play League. Okay. We'll be playing Imperial Grace. This is my second game for the night. As far as I know, its demo will be an hour long, so it'll be the same time I usually end the stream. I'm assuming I'll be done before 2 o'clock. But yeah. Let's start off. This game is intended for mature audience chat. It contains many themes that could offend the sensitivity of younger players. Okay. As we all know, I don't have 18 plus on my streams, but I am assuming I don't have minders in chat. The complete list of trigger warning is available in our store page. You're going to play a demo version of the game, thus the content might be subjected to change and some features may be missing, such as the diplomacy feature. Oh, that's interesting. Did I crop anything? Okay, hindi naman. Need to adjust my thing so I can see chat. There we go. Show me some tips. Click anywhere on the screen to progress the story. Use your mouse wheel to go back even after a choice. Oh, okay. You can fasten the text display in settings. Several accessibility features are available in the options for your gaming comfort, especially if you are dyslexic, photosensitive, or epileptic, so don't hesitate to check the corresponding functions. The thing is, I'm not sure if it's the font for me that is the problem, or it's just the text. Long text makes my eyes like tired, I think, and my brain go no. Don't wanna read anymore. You can check your resources from the extra menu at any time. Have fun. You'll need to spend your resources carefully. You will have infinite resources. Oh, I want the story mode. Ooh. Tinenin. What does the import mean? Blessed by Basan. You have loved fighting since you were a child, although you are not allowed on the battlefield. You are in excellent physical shape, and your swordsmanship rivals that of a man. Ooh! Starting bonus in the army. Blessed by Amatera. When you were younger, you almost became a scholar. Your love of reading and learning has given you knowledge in many fields, including astronomy, theology, and botany. Starting bonus in religion. Ah, okay. Blessed by Horel. You have mastered the art of diplomacy and eloquence. You can improvise inspiring speeches in an instant, and you know the first names of every novel over 3 generations. Starting bonus in influence. Blessed by Myriade. Is it me or Myriade? Numbers and resources management hold no secrets for you, and you have excellent relations with merchants, are good at mental arithmetic, and know all the subtleties of tithes and other taxes, not only from Kalidia but also from your neighbors. Starting bonus and money. Okay, so I'm gonna think of like what's the best one for Tinenin or Dream Sailor. A scholar or diplomacy. I'm not a warrior. I like the idea of a scholar. Starting bonus in religion. I mean, dreams can be linked into that, I guess. Skin. We are tan. I guess that's the right color. Skin color. Light, tan, medium, deep. What is a morena? Is it tan or... I feel like that's... No freckles, beauty mark. Beauty mark. Where can you see the beauty mark? I can see it. Oh, it's in the eye. So it's this one. It's the face. Okay. Um... Hair. The hair types, contrary to the hairstyle, cannot be modified during the game and I will be taken into account during illustrations. Straight. Wavy looks cute. Curly. Ah, wait, I want the wavy. I have a wavy hair. A long one. This one. This one. I can see her though. A braid? Or like a pigtails. This one looks cute. Or a braid. Hmm. This one, or the braids? Maybe this one. I'm fine with this one. Ice. There we go. I'm like, why can't I see her curly? I forgot the eye color of my character. Sorry. I know it's like golden a bit. Brownish, goldish. There we go. Are we fine by that? Why are you judging my character? Sibling Nin is like looking. It's a demo. So pretty. Okay, we're gonna be blessed by Amatera. We almost became a scholar. We have a love of reading and learning, and are knowledgeable in many fields, including astronomy, theology, and botany. We're gonna be we have a starting bonus in religion. The God who bless you will give you a specialty that will affect certain choices, lines, and scenes in the game. Okay. We good with these? I don't think we can do anything else. Okay, confirm. Civilizations, customizations on this, diba? I can see how bad my dyslexia is. What was my last thing I read and then I read this as civilization? Customization on this screen will not be reflected in the illustration. The match options adapt your outfit to the illustration, not the other way around. Huh? To change your outfit during the game, click on extra and then outfit. At the start of a scene that have an illustration, the game will automatically switch your outfit, hairstyle, etc. to match the one used in the illustration, as we don't have the means to make every variation.
Ding ding ding.
Oh!
Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding.
Hello, Citrus Nanaten! How was your stream? Welcome! Thank you for the raid! Hello, raiders! If you are new to the channel, I am Tinenin or Tin, whichever you wanna call me. I'm an elven dream sailor, and I sail the dreams and the mindscapes when I'm not streaming. I play a bunch of indie games, and currently we are part of the Choose Wisely Festival. I have played Tail Warden already, and this is the second game for the stream. Oh, I thought you're doing Sigo. My bad. Oh, I will continue Sigo on Wednesday. But yeah, Sigo is part. I'm also part of Sigo. And Sigo is for the entirety of the month of December. While Choose Wisely is December 8 to 15. Choose Wisely is about branching narratives and choose your own path story visual novels. Yes, yes. There we go. I shouted you out. I hope you had a fun stream. Hello po. Hello, Vin! How are you, Lods? I'm just starting Imperial Grace. I try to understand things. You can define different outfit for different occasion. Casual, the everyday life, formal, event like parties, banquet, etc. Attention, the fight category is for the Basan specialty. Ah, so you don't fight since you don't pick Basan. Alright, can I eat for or not? I just drank matcha and the caffeine is working. Oh, I hope you. Good luck on trying to sleep? Question mark. But thank you so much for sending your community, and I hope you had a fun stream. Please hydrate and stretch, and yeah, just uh, just got streamed due to internet as usual. Oh no, I hope your internet gets better, Vin. But if anyone else is resting, sweet dreams, sleep tight, and I'll visit your dreams tonight. Can someone like dumb down the English for me? My brain is not working anymore. So if I click this, what will happen? Switch outfit to match the illustration. At the start of a scene that have an illustration, the game will automatically switch your outfit, hairstyle, etc. to match the one used in the illustration, as we don't have the means to make every variation. Ah, I can change everything. Nightgown given to you by Miranda, a palace servant. She made it for your 18th birthday, so she could incorporate the pink ribbons to your mother you have given her. Oh, this one is cuter though. Hairstyle, this one. Did you know that if you're sleeping, it's better to braid your hair if you have long hair because it wouldn't be hard to brush in the morning. Formal. I feel like this is a formal hair outfits. This extravagant dress created by one of the Meridian Radiant Censure coutures was given to you by Marjorie for your 18th birthday. Oh, this looks so fancy. I like this one better compared to this one. This one looks too fancy. This one looks so demure. Also this one. Since simple. Like, I feel like a simple choker is enough. This one or this one? This one. This one looks cute. Crowns! Options unlock after your coronation. Ah. A ribbon or this? This looks cute. Are we okay with our look? I guess. Yeah, I'm fine with this. I still don't understand this one. Celebrity that have a demonstration to give us. Okay. I'll just confirm this then. Prologue. Ooh. Your Grace! Your Grace! A panic voice resonated in my dream like an echo. A few moments before I understood that it came from somewhere else and woke up with a jolt, disoriented. The palpable feeling of urgency had immediately brought me to my senses, but it still took me a few seconds to recognize the advisor's voice, as well as the room I was in. Tinenin de Terin fell. Oh, Alden, what's going on? Your Highness, I bring terrible news. Your father, your father, your father was assassinated last night. I was ready to hear just about anything. Managing crisis was an important part of royalty, after all. And yet, I was completely stunned by the news. My father was dead, at the hands of an assassin, just a few rooms away from me. All the implications from this revelation bounced through my head, drenched in doubt and fear concerning my own security and the future of the realm of Khalidja. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. I was too late. Pulling myself out of my lethargy, I looked down on Alexander, who knelt next to the bed, his head bent low as if the weight of his shame stopped him from getting up. Whatever went down, I knew he had nothing to be ashamed of. When I was just a child, I already admired his talents, and they grew steadfast with age and the position of general. His presence here was a relief. I didn't know the assassin's full intentions, but even if they were after me, as long as Alexander was by my side, I didn't have anything to worry about. Don't put yourself down like this. You aren't responsible for what happened. We'll bring the regicide to the justice. Who is this guy? Still mortified, Alexander stayed on his knees. I could see his fingers twitch a little, proof he wasn't completely convinced. But he nodded his approval at the same time, transported by the firmness of my voice. As for me, now that I had said it out loud, I felt that the information had settled in my mind, and then I finally accepted it as truth, with a full understanding of the situation. My father, Magnus V. Magnus the Fifth, Emperor of Khalidja, was dead. Many would have broken down after hearing such news, but for years now, I hadn't held an ounce of affection for him. His death was actually good news to me. It marked the beginning of a new era, a better one, I hoped. An era for which I've been preparing ever since I realized that this was my destiny. I was to succeed him. I was to become the Empress. But it wasn't yet time for celebration. Although I was the legitimate heir to the throne, I had plenty of detractors, and I still needed to figure out why the assassination had taken place. I had many questions about the killer's identity and motivations. I was lost in thought, and it took me a while to realize that Alden and Alexander were staring at me, worried, surely awaiting a reaction or a declaration from me. Both had known me since my early childhood. They knew the enmity I felt for the Emperor, and I trusted them enough to set all pretenses aside. But it was, perhaps, a bit inappropriate to rejoice over my future title, while my father's dead corpse was still warm. After taking a breath, I threw off my covers and got up, eyeing them. After taking a deep breath, I stay neutral. Gloating seemed a tad indecent, but I could at least spare myself the pretense of being the grieving orphan that I will surely need to be in front of the court. What I feel isn't important, you don't have to worry about me. What matters most is our nation, and we all know that the sudden death of an emperor is a delicate situation. At the most important thing is to preserve the kingdom's stability. I'm counting on you to protect and serve me. This won't be an easy task, but I'm sure we can accomplish great things. This time, Alexander got up, putting his hands on his sheath in a dignified and military posture. At your service, Highness. May the four witness bay oath. I solemnly swear that I will protect you until my dying breath. Empathic, he bowed down before lifting his eyes up to me. I smiled and accepted his allegiance with a certain poise. Despite my unkempt hair and my nightgown, Marjorie, my tutor, often told me that everything about me showed nobility, and that I didn't need any props to act like an empress. Today, I understood what she had meant. Alden, however, didn't seem to share the general's fervor. Forgive me, Your Majesty, for tarnishing your enthusiasm, but there is a very delicate question that I have to ask. Have you have you had your father killed? Ay, what the fuck? His abrupt question threw me off, and I stared at him, wavering between surprise and indignation. Bitch, how dare you even suggest such a possibility? You're going too far, advisor. Come on, don't be offended. You said it yourself. You've hated your father since the death of your brother. You've always held him responsible for it. And your father dies on the very day of your return to the palace? Whatever your answer is, I'll accept it, but I need to know. I felt anger rise within me at these words, and I walked to the window to breathe in some fresh air. After I took a few deep inhales, I finally turned around to face him and gave him my answer in a firm voice. On the one hand, my presence here isn't a coincidence. The Emperor celebrates, or rather, was about to celebrate his birthday in 2 days. Half of the Empire's noblemen are here. It's undeniable that the event presented a perfect opportunity to strike. The palace is swarming with unknown guards and servants. It's much harder to provide security in these circumstances. Exactly. On the other hand, your suspicions are an insult to my intelligence, advisor. After a regicide, the heir is always suspected. If I had really wanted to speed up fate, you better believe I would have been smarter about it. Marjorie taught me the rules of the game. I would never risk losing everything in such a foolish way. I know my ascension to the throne will already be difficult because I am a woman. I'll state it plainly if it can relieve your doubts. But listen closely because I will not repeat myself. No, I did not have my father assassinated. My eyes strained on him, crossed my arms, almost daring him to contradict me as I kept a lid on my fury. Fury. Alden seems to gauge me for a moment, then nodded in assent and apology. Please forgive me, Your Grace. As soon as possible, I'll alert the Master of Murmurs and will launch an investigation to uncover the truth and bring justice to your father. I would have preferred more vivid regrets, but under the circumstances, this was enough, and I felt my anger slowly fade away. I accept your apology. Let's not speak of this again. There are more urgent things to do. The news will, no doubt, make quite a commotion. You've asked us to swear allegiance to you. I assume you will try to claim your rightful place as heir. Your Grace? You, Yes, it's my destiny. I heave a deep sigh and mustered up all my determination to answer him without leaving any doubts as to my intentions. I realized a while ago that this was my destiny. Whether I like it or not, I only really have a choice and I'm not one to do things half-heartedly. I know there aren't many people in the direct line of succession, but if you truly don't want to, I believe one of your bastard brothers would do the trick. You know full well that my cousins would covet that possession. This would mean the start of a succession war that would drown the kingdom in fire and blood. Even if by some miracle the nobility came out in favor of one of my half-brothers, there's no guarantee that it would all go well. They know nothing of politics. They'd be nothing more than puppets or even worse, incompetents. By birth, I have a responsibility to the people of this country, and I don't intend to shirk it. In any case, even if I were to retire to my estate to manage it, I would still be a potential threat to their reign. I'll never be safe, even if I were to completely relinquish my right to the throne. There's no doubt about it. I have to be the next empress. Only time will tell, but I think I am the best possible choice under the circumstances. I don't doubt that, Your Grace. In fact, I'm rather relieved to see you have already thought about it. Like you said, our country needs stability. We can't get away with a weak-willed monarch on the throne. I'm sure you'll be a wonderful empress, Tinenin. Hee hee! His words were barely a whisper, but I was sure of what I had heard, and I felt my cheeks redden a little. Or nag-blush. He seemed embarrassed by his own boldness, and blushed more violently than me. Why, While I flashed him a smile to reassure him. It had been years since I had last heard him call me by my name, even if I had no doubts about my own abilities. It was always refreshing to see the trust he gave me. I cleared my throat and regained my composure so that I could give my orders. This would be a long night. Who else knows about the assassination for now? Alexander seemed surprised by my question and frowned a bit while searching his mind. When I found the body, I immediately went to warn the advisor, and both of us rushed to see you. The only ones who knows about it are the guards who were patrolling with me and your father's personal maid, who was passing by. We knew it would be bad to attract attention, so I had her discreetly sent to the dungeons for interrogation. How about the guards who were stationed before my father's door? Both are dead. I also had their corpses taken to the dungeon for examination. I paced the room, lost in deep thought. You've done well. Now we have to keep it all a secret. It's imperative that no one else hears about it. Hmm. Hmm. Your gaze? This won't be an easy secret to keep. Obviously, we won't be able to do it forever. I only need a few days so I can stay ahead of my detractors. Odin looked thoughtful a few moments, then he nodded. I see. So you want to act before everyone else, which should give you the upper hand. Exactly. Very smart. I have no doubt that some people will want to take advantage of the situation. Even if you are unquestionably the rightful heir, your praise will be fought over. But if you don't give them time to react, that will make things a great deal easier. That's what I was thinking too. I'd love it if the situation was more straightforward, but this is a little white lie. And the alternative is the chaos of a widely disputed succession. Alden nodded and I continued, developing the rest of my plan. In the meantime, pretend that His Majesty is not feeling well and investigate discreetly. I'll order my men to stay silent. I'll also ensure that they haven't said a word so far. About that, it might be wiser to ensure that they can't talk at all. Low-grade staff is known for its gossiping, even the guards. My men are trustworthy. They would never disobey. Why would you be willing to bet on that? If I could jeopardize the plans of your new empress to whom you have only just sworn allegiance. Mm. And that maid, can you also guarantee she'll keep quiet? His teeth clenched, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Alexander shook his head. The weight of Aldous' words had also fallen heavily on my shoulders, and I observed both men while contemplating my next steps. This decision is yours to make, Your Grace, but I strongly advise you to silence them for good. Alden was right. The most effective way to ensure someone stayed quiet was to have them killed. However, there could be other alternatives to consider. Such a decision couldn't be taken lightly, because whatever I decided couldn't afford to regret it. I couldn't afford to regret it. Oh, have them killed? We'll pretend they were collateral damage of the assassin. I'm sorry, Alexander, but we cannot afford to take it. Owned. What is this? What does this mean? Ensure their loyalty by promising them a much better position once on ground. Even if they weren't really tempted to talk about what happened, they should be good enough motivation to ensure their allegiance. When you explain to them that they mustn't say a word, give them a few coins and promise them more once the secret has been revealed. And in the meantime, send them on a vacation far away from him. That should be enough to guarantee their silence. Ay, ano ba yan? I'll just pick this, the one in the middle. I don't want to kill anyone. I saw Alexander sigh in relief and imperceptibly loosen up. Alden, however, shrugged and bowed to me. That could work, yes. Time will tell. I have faith. Besides, if I'm right, I'll be surrounded by trustworthy people, which is always useful. I had spoken with determination, perfectly hiding my own doubts. Humans are unpredictable in nature. It was a bet, and I could only hope it would pay off. In any case, we love a good gacha, right? Even if the servants talked and the rumored escaped, I still had my chances. The advantage I was building would be precious to me, but it wasn't the only weapon in my arsenal. Can I count on you, Alexander? He changed it into a military stance and immediately bowed. Of course, Your Grace. I will do my best to convince them you'd made the right decision. Without further ado, he bowed once more and left the room with a heavy step. Alden seemed to be lost in thought for a moment, giving me time to come to my senses before he bowed down in turn. I must at least inform the Master of Murmurs of the situation so that we may launch an investigation. I nodded, aware of our lead's spy's discretion as well as his efficiency. Once that is done, I'll come to you to plan the rest of your ascent. Once more, I nodded in approval, glad to be offered a little interlude that would allow me to gather my thoughts, and to dress decently while I was at it. After all, even if the coronation hadn't taken place yet, deep within me, I knew it, I felt it. I was the Empress. Slay! Chapter 1. Long live the Empress. Spring, day 8, morning. The sun had now been up a few hours, promising a beautiful day, but I knew I wouldn't be able to appreciate it. Now that the rush of adrenaline from the news had passed, all I had left were doubts on the days to come, which were going to be exhilarating as much as terrifying. I was gambling my future, along with Caridius, and that was a big deal. I had spent the past few hours studying myself and refining the details of my plan. To appease my latent nervousness as best as I could, but that didn't help me shake off my main preoccupation, the servants. Like Alden had said, I had made a risky decision and I had been torturing myself for hours, wondering if it was worth it. I was restless when I heard the knock, and leaped to the door, opening it for Alden and letting him in. There, your Grace, we have followed your orders. I hadn't seen that he was accompanied by the Master of Murmurs, who came in after him. A slight discomfort washed over me. His stroll inside the palace was vital, but since I was a child, I had been terrified of his hidden face and the mysterious aura that surrounded him. Nevertheless, my discomfort turned into amazement when I saw him remove his hood as if it were nothing and turn to face me. Eee! Teehee! My brain had pictured worse for years, and it was very unsettling to finally be able to put a face to that man. I realized he wasn't as monstrous as I had imagined. In fact, I was so shocked that it made me forget the reason for my visitor's presence, which seems to greatly amuse the Master of Murmurs. I mean, I will also be shocked if I see a handsome guy in front of me. Is there a problem, Your Grace? Oh, it's just, I didn't know that you could show your face. To be honest, I do what I want, but in principle, I only remove my hood in the presence of my sovereign and their close collaborators. Though, I like to entertain the mystery and anonymity that come with the job. It would be far too dangerous for me never to reveal my face. Some people might use that to usurp my identity. I see. Though it was disconcerting, it was also rather reassuring to see that a man as important as the Master of Murmurs already acknowledged me as his sovereign. Alden cleared his throat to recall me to my duty, and I suddenly remembered the reason for the two men. Wait lang. Trying to look for my thing. I need to inhale my this, the inhaler. Because my nose is getting clogged up. I suddenly remembered the reason for the two men's presence, which immediately made my anxiety flare up. Why? Why? Just why? Hello, Trey. To keep myself from staring up at the master spy, I faced the advisor and fully focused on him. Did everything go well? My anxiety must have been conspicuous, even if I was doing my best to put on a confident expression. The servant seems convinced by your offer. They left the palace without complaining, so I suppose we can count that as a win. Despite all that, it's a little bit early to be sure of anything. I give the Master of Murmurs and Alexander the task of keeping a close eye on the situation. The Master of Murmurs slowly nodded in assent. We will know more tomorrow, but for the time being, there's nothing more to report. I lifted my eyes to meet my advisors and flashed Alden a reassuring smile. Clearly, he read my emotions better than I had thought, and I couldn't allow myself to visibly waver at such a critical time. I know that, and what's done is done. Now we must focus on the future. Bring the high priest to the council room. I need him to contact the quadrator. Quadrator? Robert is a pious man. Are you sure it's a good idea to confide in him? Everyone likes to think the devout never lie, but one doesn't obtain a place like his without cheating a little. I admit that the idea of lying to him came to me for a fleeting moment, but to fool him would be a complex task, and I'll be needing his support when the time comes. The people put great stock in men of faith. Very well, Your Majesty. Will that be all? Yes, thank you. Afternoon. Is this carnation? Robert, you summoned me, Your Grace? Yes, thank you for coming, Robert. I adjusted him for sip. I'm so tired in reading chat. I'm like, my 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 mouth is so tired in reading out loud. There's so much text. I'm fine with the story, but the thing is, I have to read it out loud for you guys. I gestured for him to sit down while I settled behind my father's imposing desk. Like I had predicted, my behavior made him lift a curious brow, but I pretended not to notice it. I won't beat around the bush. My father, the emperor, died during the night. Clearly, we had done a pretty good job at keeping that a secret, since the shock on his face seemed genuine. What? But how? And why am I just learning about it now? I need to pray for his soul! I tried to appease him with a wave of my hand, inviting him to sit back down, since he looked like he was about to get up. He was murdered. For the time being, we're keeping his death a secret so we can investigate without causing any sort of panic. It was the Masters of Murmur's idea. He's convinced he'll be able to find the assassin more easily this way. Drowning in information, the high priest slumped into his chair and took in my half-truths while I assumed a saddened expression. It truly is a tragic situation. Keeping quiet and hiding my mourning is a very hard task for me. I know it's a lot to ask of you, but you need to keep this a secret. I want to do everything in my power to uncover the murderer, especially since I'm scared he would come after me. Once more, I was quite proud of the quivers in my voice, and my acting seems to be effective since I saw a spark of compassion light up in his eyes. I understand now why the general was guarding your door like a common soldier. With a closed expression on my face, I nodded, searching for the right words. The first and main reason I've summoned you here is so that I could confide in you and ask you to pray for my departed father's soul. Of course, Your Majesty. I'll lock myself up in the great temple and dedicate myself to the task. My face still sad, I gave him a tight, grateful smile, but inside, I felt relieved. His prayers should keep him busy enough that he wouldn't be tempted to reveal everything. But now, I could move on to the true reason of his presence here. But before that, this saddens me, but I have another favor to ask of you. Of course, Your Grace, what is it? Well, Alden and I are afraid that all the upstarts across the kingdom will rush to the castle and try to usurp the throne as soon as my father's death is made public. In their greed, many forget that my line sits on the throne by the grace of the four, so I'd like to send a letter to the quadrator and have him support my coronation as well as reaffirm my legitimacy. Once more, he stayed silent, and I tried to hide my worry behind a veil of sadness. I hated that my plans depended on a single person, but I didn't have a choice. Only rulers and high priests could hope to quickly reach the ultimate leader of the cardinals, and I technically wasn't empress yet. I understand. Yes, you are Magnus the Fifth only legitimate child. The throne should be yours. That said, I don't know if the quadrator will approve of your advent. Perhaps if you were married, your candidacy would seem less inappropriate. I felt my body tense up at his words, and it took all I had to conceal how irritated I was by this reminder. Man, why do you have to be married to be a queen? I knew I would be told such things. I had mentally prepared myself for it, but obviously, it hadn't been enough. It's an issue, yes, and I'll do my best to find a fitting husband quickly, but you'll agree that I cannot entrust the throne of Khalidja to just anyone. I have plenty of suitors, but I need some time to study each and every one of them. That's nothing that can be done in just a couple of days or even weeks. In the meantime, we do need someone to lead the country and make sure it doesn't sink into chaos. And if a regent were to be appointed, I'm afraid we might refuse to give the throne back to me and my husband, which would lead the whole country to a bloodbath. No one wants to see another era of murderous plots like during Magnus III's time. You're right, Your Grace. We cannot let such tragedy befall us. I'll go write a letter to the Quadrator right away to express support for your coronation and explain our situation. Satisfied, I let out a sigh of relief. I thank you for your support, High Priest Robert. It means a lot to me. Swiftly, I opened one of the desk drawers and pulled out a thin, sealed letter. While I was waiting for you, I humbly wrote a few words destined for the Quadrator. We've never met, and I hope this would help him to get to know me a little, as well as reassure him of my fate in the four. I was thinking that perhaps you would be so kind as to add it to your own correspondence. Once more, he seemed to be caught off guard, but he smiled instantly and enthusiastically. Of course, Your Majesty, it's a great idea. Relieved, I gave him the letter in question, while thanking him once more for his support and his help in these unprecedented times. I only hope he didn't have the audacity to break the seal, because even if it did contain a few cliches on my virtues, the letter mostly made promises that could actually motivate the Quadrator. I knew that gold made the world go round, and so I promised a hefty donation to the great temple of Meridian. Knowing this taste for luxury, I knew that he wouldn't be intensified for human riches. Being truly pious myself, I had been corresponding with eminent scholars from Khalidja and Meridian, and by sheer luck, I had discovered that two of them were con men. I was sure that should I rebuild their dreams, the Quadra will see that my faith was sincere, that I was happy to be of service of him in complete secrecy. In the past, keeping my mouth shut and letting these charlatans run free had been quite hard to stomach, but Marjorie had taught me that it was important to play my cards in the right order. Today, I can only thank her for her advice, which would allow me to kill two birds with one stone. To play with a man as powerful as the Quadrator, and I wasn't talking about his possible connection to the gods, but his actual worldly power, was a risky move, but it was all worth it. The dice had been cast. I could only hope for things to go well, and prepare for the field for my conquest of the Khalidian nobility. Spring evening. Despite my desire to act for the time being, I couldn't do anything but wait for the Quadrator's answer. Even if the letter had left that very morning, Meridian was far away, and I knew I couldn't hope for an answer for at least 3 days. I had to jump at the bit and act naive. My first thought was to mingle with the court so I could clear my head, but then, pretending that nothing was off and feeding rumors to justify my father's absence was more frustrating than doing nothing. Even Marjorie's presence irritated me, despite her advanced age. As soon as she turned her inquisitive eyes onto me, I had the impression she managed to perceive the truth. And so, I had taken refuge in the library, hoping to read a little. But in all honesty, even if I managed to unscramble a few words, my thoughts were far away, and my mind was replaying the events of the previous night, asking myself again and again if I had done the right thing. Your gaze! As if suddenly realized where we are, the master of murmurs repeated his interjections in a lower, albeit just as zealous tone. Your gaze, we have an urgent problem on our hands. This preamble was enough to make me abandon my boring reading, and I put down my book, ensuring there weren't any indiscreet ears in the library before I invited him to continue. After he had made sure no one else was around, he pulled back his hood and resumed his explanations. As you know, I've asked to keep an eye on the 3 people aware of your father's death. However, barely 4 hours have passed and I have been told that the maid immediately went to a noble, the Baron Torben of Levalios, instead of leaving town. What the fuck? I conducted an investigation and I'm almost positive that the two are in a relationship. I've interrogated her colleagues, who confirmed that she's had a rich benefactor for a few months already, and everything hints at his name. I didn't really care about my servant's romantic endeavors, but I wanted to know where he was going with this. Are you afraid she'll speak? Yes, and I'm afraid the Baron will want to use that information to glean more power. Is he trying to blackmail us? No, we have nothing of that sort. But tonight he's holding a party to which half of the nobles currently in the capital are invited. That cannot be a coincidence. No event justifies for such a party to be improvised. It's improper. I admit this situation is very odd, but do we have a proof? Any proof? Unfortunately, no. Majesty? No, Majesty, only suspicions. I took a deep breath while I pondered the situation and I calculated the risk. If these allegations happen to be true, I will be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not only could my plan to gain time fail utterly, but everyone would know of my deception. Moreover, if she didn't speak, now that I knew of this maid's allegiance, I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to give her a better position down the line. That would give her more opportunities to spy on me for the Baron. What are our options? There aren't many, Majesty. Either we do nothing and wait to see what happens while preparing to counteract possible rumors, or we have them both assassinated to eliminate any risk of leaks. But the Baron is an influential man. There are far fewer chances of his death passing unnoticed than that of a simple servant. Tired, I massaged my temples to help me think about the best course of action in the situation. That was most definitely the best way to stop someone from talking, but the reason I wanted to avoid such methods in the first place was because they disgusted me, and they could tell we have unwelcome repercussions for me. Would allying myself with the Baron be a possibility? It's true that this information will give him power, but not as much as having an empress owe him a favor. I think it could work, but do you really want to start your rule indebted to such an ambitious man? That was indeed the risk. I could always double cross him once the danger had passed, but that would undeniably have after effects. Do you have an idea of what he wants? I'd like to know what I'm getting myself into. If I had a few days, I would have been able to tell you, but I can't answer you in time for the party. Sighing once more, I close my eyes to better contemplate my options. Fuck! When one plays, one must expect to lose. I'm ready to accept the consequences of my actions, even if it won't be easy. I'm afraid trying to fix things will only make them worse, and I don't want to fall into such a vicious cycle. I'll wait to see what happens. We should prepare as best as we can for what is to come. That is like a good reasoning. I despite having to resort this solution, but because the servant hasn't been trustworthy, I don't have much of choice. Have them murdered before tonight and make sure this can't be traced back to me, otherwise consequences would be even more disastrous. Right now, what matters most is to solve this issue. If the Baron demands more than he is owed after all is said and done, we'll decide what to do with him. But he might behave as reasonably, which could mark the start of a fruitful alliance. We won't know until we try, we at least have to attempt to reason with him. Me realizing that these games are not good for someone indecisive. Okay. We have plenty of money since we are, well, not money, but like, this cost is because we have a lot. It's unlimited because we are in story mode. I wanna try the not doing anything muna. An audacious choice, I must admit. I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect you'd be the kind of woman who'd put her fate in the hands of the four. But if that is what you want, so be it. I will inform Alden of your decision. Slowly I nodded, while telling myself that indeed, a few prayers to the Horror wouldn't be a bad idea under the circumstances. Yes, he's the most qualified for this kind of speech. He needs to be prepared to defend us against rumors if your suspicions have been proved correct. I will let you know once I have more news. I will send a spy there, which should allow us to stay ahead of our detractors by a few hours. Thank you. I'm counting on you. The Master of Murmurs gave me an elegant bow and departed, leaving me alone once more. With doubts gnawing at my mind, I waited for the end of the day, with more nervousness than usual, unable to concentrate, fearing the arrival of the Master of Murmurs as much as I hoped for it. It's the night of the night and I'm falling you. It was already light when the Master of Mirrors knocked at my door to inform me of the evolution of the situation. Although it was late at night, I hadn't managed to close my eyes at all, and I awaited the outcome with anxiety, despite the detachment that I had wanted to display earlier that day. Your Grace, I have good news. Ah! When I heard these words, I calmed down, already aware of how this was going to play out. Clearly, our worries were unfounded, our spy is positive. The Baron to his party to announce his rushed engagement to a noble. Oh! To a noble from Vargas. I think there's a lot more to it, but nothing that could affect your coronation. Oh, the drama! Either the servant kept to herself, or the Baron chose not to say a word. We can't be sure of anything at the moment, so I will still keep a close eye on him. But I do believe the four are with you, Majesty. Indeed, the gods must have been with me, since I couldn't have hoped for a better outcome. More than relieved, I tried nonetheless to stay neutral while dismissing the masters of Mervis. Slay! Choosing things to just let it be. Overtaking is bad in this kind of things, you know? Don't kill anyone, please. I thank you for your work. The four may be with me, but believe me when I say I'm relieved to have you on my side as well. My compliment seems to please him, and he politely bowed before leaving me in peace. The days to come were going to be taxing, but at least I could remove one of the weights that had been pressing on my chest. Oh, skip a day? Spring, day 10 morning. Your Grace, this is a little premature, but should you become Empress, you will need to manage the kingdom's policies. I'd like to make sure that you are ready for such a task. One can, uh, One can always learn more. As you already know, the kingdom's policies influence how your subjects, noble or otherwise, view you, but also what resources will be available to us. As you can set tax rates for the people and the nobility. As you may have guessed, the higher they are, the less happy the people will be, but the faster the coffers will fill up. Hmm. But there are many other things such much more subtle. For example, you can decide how open to trade our borders should be or which sectors of the economy you'd like to focus on. We must also consider how to protect ourselves from our neighbors, especially bearing in mind Marga's warlike inclinations. But maintaining an army is very, very expensive. As such, investing in diplomacy may offer better results in the long run. And finally, we have to manage the priests. Their influence on the people is immense, and they are infrastructures all over the nation. They have infrastructures. Offerings made to them are never wasted. We've set up regular periods of time during which we collect earnings, but there will be a short delay before the consequences of any changes you make can be seen. The story alternates with phases of gameplay, which are triggered between two scenes. During this phase, you will be able, among other things, to modify your kingdom's general policies. Gains will be distributed at the end of the gameplay phase. Is that clear now? Ah, yes, I understand. Yes, even if it's all very theoretical. That's true, but the best way to approach the subject in a more concrete manner is to look into it yourself. Even if even if I'll only be doing this work after my coronation, may I try my hand at it now? I'm sure there are things that I'd like to change in my father's policies. Okay, the current taxes, the people will understand and you'll receive a moderate amount of money. Okay, offerings, you will help finance a good part of the temples and academies across the realm. Okay, trade. Small taxes are leveled on products traded between countries. Economy. Resources. Your economy will be focused on exploitation of raw resources. The plus on money, negative on people goods. This one. Hello, UniVT. The economy will be focused on the agriculture and food production. Welcome, welcome. Crafts. We will focus on craftsmanship, especially luxury items. Ah, it's kind of good though. Um, let's try that for now. Army. You will properly maintain your current army. Diplomacy. You will send at least one ambassador to each neighboring country. You will send a full delegation to all neighboring countries. Foreign traders can freely come to sell and buy in Kalidia. Let's have it controlled for now. Is there a way to increase people? Oh, there we go. You will help finance the majority of the temples and academies. Let's do this for now. That sounds most excellent to me. Oh, Your Grace, Your Grace. Dawn had barely risen when I heard a how do you read kerfuffle at the door, and I immediately recognized Rover's voice. I got up with a groan and quickly slipped on a dress, trying to make myself presentable before opening the door. High Priest, what's going on? I tried to remain as neutral as possible, but I was burning up with a mix of anxiety and excitement, because I had a solid guess as to what this was about. The Coadjutor, he answered, Your Majesty. Nervous, he handed me two letters bearing the recognizable seal of His Holiness. Your name is written on them. I didn't dare open them, Your Highness. Exhilarated, I looked at the two pieces of paper that were about to seal my future. One seemed official, while the other was explicitly for my eyes only. I would have liked to be alone when reading them both, but clearly it had taken Robot all he had to not break the wax seal on the official letter, and he now stared at me impatiently. My throat was dry as I grabbed a paper cutter to open the correspondence, and my heart was beating as fast I had as so fast I had the impression everyone in the room could hear it. Lady Tinenin of Terinfel, daughter of Magnus V of Terinfel, the fierce Emperor of Calidia. The four have spoken, and I have recognized you as legitimate heir of the crown of Calidia, by, by virtue of your blood and despite your gender. By this decree, I convey the word of the gods. May your governance be respected by all the just and the pious. Oh! May your rule prosper and never stray from the Four's faith. Vermeer, Quadrator, by the grace of the Four. Oh! I was shaking so hard I felt my legs gave in, and I had to sit on my bed so I didn't fall over. I had done everything in my power to make this moment happen, but now that it was upon me, I was engulfed by all the emotions I had accumulated in the past week. Robert seemed to understand me, and he bowed to leave me a few long seconds so I could take in the Coadjutor's words. Finally, he spoke up. That's marvelous, Your Majesty. I knew the Four would acknowledge your legitimacy. Almost timidly, I nodded and tried to recover my usual composure. With the Coadjutor's support, my coronation was sure to happen. But that didn't mean I was rid of enemies or other contenders. I couldn't let my guard down yet. Yes, the time has come for everyone to know the truth. Gather the nobles in the castle at dawn and prepare the pigeons. He nodded, a grave expression on his face. Yes, we can't wait any longer. The secret of your father's death couldn't have been kept indefinitely, in any case. It was true that his absence had been going on for a while, and a possible illness worried people just as much as a possible death. It was fortunate that these letters hadn't taken too long to arrive. I'll be there. I need to finish getting ready. Of course, Your Majesty. I'll have the bells rung, but at such an early time, I don't suppose we can gather everyone in less than an hour. I approve with a polite nod, and soon I watched him leave and close the door. Finally, on my own, I collapsed on my bed and let myself gloat. I whooped in pure childish joy as I read the creditor's letter over and over again. I knew that I had plenty of challenges ahead of me, but this was my first victory against traditions, and I intended to savor it for as long as I could. Only after a few long minutes had passed did I decide to open the second letter, which was addressed to me personally. Lady Tinenin, your message came to me as a surprise. Even if I'm always wary of gossip, I've still requested that inquisitors investigate the people you mentioned. To my astonishment, your allegations were found to be correct, and the impostors have been stripped of their titles of scholars as well as of their riches. It warms my heart to know that the throne of Kaledia is in the hands of a pious and clairvoyant empress. I am personally praying for your rule's prosperity. Velmer, Quadrator of the Grace of the Four. Ay! Happy with my decision, I signed and carefully put the letter away into my desk. Pretty promises were easy to forget. I could perhaps use the parchment to remind him of his support one day, or to show to some reluctant noble just how popular I was with one of the most powerful men on the continent. In any case, I believe that my actions had managed to sway him, and I was quite proud of that. Now, it was the court I had to sway, and I knew this wasn't going to be an easy task. Oh no, oh no. Day 18. Make sure not to overexert yourself, Tinenin. You're spending your days locked up in this office. You should get out a bit to clear your head. Come take a walk with this old lady. I had left the door open, and although I hadn't heard Marjorie come over to me, I wasn't surprised. Since her perfume, which she applied too liberally, had filled the room, I almost felt nostalgic for a moment. Contrary to what she seems to suggest, I wasn't here for pleasure. I was overwhelmed. Invitations, solicitations, promises. I spent the last few days flattering Canadian nobility to ensure that nothing would interfere with the coronation in 3 weeks' time, and I still had a lot to do. Oh, perhaps you can fool everyone else, but I know you're far from being an old lady, Marjorie. My reply made her laugh, a hoarse and joyous sound that belied what I had just said. Oh, I still have the same quick wit I had when I was 20, but I'm afraid my whining bones disagree with you, sweetheart. Come on, don't be cruel. You already broke my poor heart when you didn't let me in on the secret. I put my quill down with a sigh and then closed the inkwell, hoping its content would not dry out. She had taught me many things, and even if it had grown stronger than her in a few areas, it was obvious that she still used guilt like no one else. She almost made me feel bad for hiding my father's death from her. You know, full well we didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. The information had to be disclosed to a few people as possible. I know, sweetheart, but I would have liked to be there for you. These past few days must have been easy. No, they weren't indeed. As promised, I quietly walked by Marjorie's side through the garden, but we couldn't take one step before some servant or noble offered me their condolences. I'm so tired of pretending to be sad. I know your father was a flawed man. She paused, looking at me as she seemed to hesitate to say something. I looked at her, intrigued. There was so much contempt in her voice when she spoke of his flaws that she obviously knew something about him. Something I probably didn't. But no matter what anyone says, he was your family, your blood. You shouldn't hate him like that. It's not healthy, especially now that he's dead. I sensed from her tone that I'd get nothing more from her, at least not today. And I didn't insist. Raping myself once again in my indignity. No, that's too easy. You can't just die and expect that all your mistakes will be forgiven. It's not as if he chose to die. And so, it doesn't change anything. She sighed, and I decided to change the subject before I had to listen to another lecture on the importance of family bonds. But since we are speaking of forgiveness, I need your help. Suspicious, she frowned, although she kept walking calmly between the flower beds. I would like it if you gave me Fier Castle. That old dilapidated fortress? What for? Pretending to admire some insects that were flying around the planters, I hesitated for a second. I needed a fortress to buy the Param's loyalty, but Marjorie held a deep hatred for them. I didn't like lying to her, but I couldn't run the risk that she'd refuse my request. Fuck! Tell her the truth even if she won't like it. Keep things vague. Be honest with her, I guess. I need it because I'm going to give it back to the Faram. Upon hearing my words, Marjorie froze, trembling with anger. You want to give it back to those vile traitors? Do you know how many men died storming it? Do you know what this fortress cost me? I knew she wouldn't react that way, even though the war had ended about 20 years ago. She still bore painful memories of it. Yes, I know all of that, but it all took it all took place before my birth. It's time we move forward and reconcile with the Faram, lest we repeat the mistakes of the past. I don't want another Faram revolt under my rule. I need their support for my coronation, and to obtain that support, I need Fair Castle. You know just as well as I do that it's only a ruin now, an old pile of rubble left on stiff and barren land. It's nothing more than a symbol. My old aunt grumbled for a few long minutes, but she was forced to concede my point, even if it cost her. Do what you want, but believe me, once you became Empress, I'll call in the favor. Thank you, Marjorie. I knew I could count on you. Relieved, I finally let out a breath I hadn't realized had been holding. Knowing the affection of Marjorie held for me, I knew that I'd end up convincing her. But as I had a meeting with the Faram heir in 4 days, I didn't have a lot of room for errors. With one less issue weighing on my heart, I continued my walk with a bounce in my step, forgetting for a few minutes the course problems and plots. Day 22 afternoon. This was my first time ever meeting Theodoro Faram. Damn, had heard him described as a cold and distant man, but I still didn't expect him to be so glacial. Hmm. I waited for him to deign reply to my greetings, as the courtesy demanded, but the silence between us was deafening. He only stood there, staring at me impassive, without even so much as a good morning or a nice to meet you. Well, I had to keep smiling not to lose face. Man, I had better things to do than engage in a staring contest. Consequently, I swallowed my pride and gestured to one of the chairs around the Heard maraming tumataho sa artwork nitong game. Ako rin. That's me? Yes. I give they look so good. So many men. Yeah. So many good looking men. There's no guy with white hair though, because the main character has white hair.
Ding ding
Ah!
ding 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 ding.
Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, Raiders! Trooper Barry, hello! Welcome aboard! Let me give you a shout out. How was your stream? What were you streaming? Shout out. Let me see. For anyone new to the channel, I am Tinenin or Tin, whichever you wanna call me. I'm an elven dream sailor and I sail the dreams and the mindscapes when I'm not streaming. I play a bunch of indie games. My throat is dry. I play a bunch of indie games. mostly developed and published from Southeast Asia. I am currently playing games that is part of the Choose Wisely Festival. This is my second game for the day. I played Tail Warden earlier. Now we're playing um Imperial Grace. Hey, didn't great to find someone else doing the festival in this time zone. How are you enjoying Imperial Grace? I tried that one last night. So much reading. My throat is kind of drying with all the reading, but I like it. Also, the mechanics of like I picked story mode, so I don't really think there's anything being. I have like unlimited of the stuff like the money, the influence, and all that. I wanna play it in the other modes to see how much I have to conserve in terms of the things I need to conserve. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. Also, the art is so pretty. The men in this game. But I hope you had enjoyed your stream as well. And it's been hard to look for someone to raid. Especially I end my stream at like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. My time zone. I'm not sure if you're in the similar time zone. So I struggle to find someone who is also part of the festival that is still live during those hours. I feel your pain. I've been doing visual novels for the past week and my throat is struggling. Yeah, I didn't. I thought that spacing it like
Ding ding
the
ding.
oh,
Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding
thank you for the
ding.
follow.
Ding ding ding.
I will surely check out your stream as well. But yeah, I thought that spacing out my stream like MWF and now doing a Saturday one would like be fine. But I guess reading for like 3 hours straight is not good for me, even when I'm drinking water. And the funny thing is, even after like Choose Wisely Fest, I still have another event, which is the Southeast Asian Go on Games Onwards, and I have other visual novels that is part of that event. So I'm still gonna be reading. I still have visual novels even after Choose Wisely. But yeah, I hope you had a fun stream and feel free to read and run and do your aftercare stream. Hydrate and stretch your back. And if anyone is sleeping and eating after like staying on your stream, feel free to. And I hope you have a good rest. Sweet dreams, sleep tight, and always hit your dreams tonight. If anyone is joining, still staying, feel free to lurk. It's just a cozy stream. Feel free to comment on whatever decision I've been making or like how pretty the game is. But yeah. I had better things to do than engage in a staring contest. Consequently, I swallowed my pride and gestured to one of the chairs around the staff table, where a large map of Kalidia had been laid out. I imagine you must be tired after such a long trip. Please sit down. Also, my nose is kinda developing um like clogging up a bit. I feel like my voice is changing because of it. I thought he was going to stay standing there, but he did finally sit down without another word while I took and sat not too far from him. Like I said in my letter, I like for the Terenfell and the Faram to reconcile. The tensions between our two families have lasted long enough, and I imagine your sudden desire to make peace has nothing to do with your upcoming coronation. The Montiliet are eating out of your hand, but the Valtidor will never support you, which means you very much need us. She meant well. We tried Love is in the airship and Mirage Noir. Big tone shift between the wacky Yuri dating sim and Atomic detective game, but I like them both. That sounds interesting. Love is in the airship. I'll look that one up. I feel like Mirage Noir was in my emails, but I didn't have time to schedule it. I heard you had fun. There was a lot of mystery detective games that is part of the festival. It's quite interesting. Like half of them are detective game, half and the other half are psychological horror. And then I pick all the unique ones. The interesting and unique ones. which means you very much need us. Coming as he was from a lineage with a somewhat barbaric reputation, he had done a fairly clever analysis of the situation, but I didn't let that stop me. Very much need is a bit strong. Should I remind you that I have the support of the Order, and by extension, the Four, people will follow me. That said, I do wish for my coronation to go as smoothly as possible, and the rest of my rule as well. I'd like to avoid bloodshed altogether if possible, and I fear that the ancestral enmity, blah, 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 enmity between our two families might lead us to just that. Neither you nor I were born when the Faram revolt took place. It's up to us to decide if we want to perpetuate this cycle of conflict or if we want to build something new. He took a thoughtful expression and observed me with renewed interest. It's easy for you to forget. You're on the side of the victors. You haven't been rehashing your resentment for 20 years. Precisely. Wouldn't it be easier for you to forget as well? Especially if it's been hunting you for that long? Hmm. Even if we were inclined to consider your offer of a reconciliation, how could we trust you? I won't give you a history lesson, but the revolt didn't happen for nothing. He was following me exactly where I was leading, and it took me some effort to repress a smile and keep a businesslike countenance. Firstly, I am not the same person as my father or my grandfather. It's unfair to distrust me as a result of their actions. And secondly, I'm ready to make a gesture of goodwill if the Faram are ready to make one as well. I'm listening. If you openly support my ascent to the throne, I'm ready to return to. Sorry, I'm struggling in reading so bad. I'm ready to return to your family, the fair castle citadel, and the lands that go with it. This time, I savored the true surprise in his eyes when I landed him the deed I had taken the time to prepare. As you know, it was confiscated after the revolt, since it's located at a strategic crossroads between Terinfel and Monteliet. I thought it would be a strong gesture to return it to you, but also quite a symbol of trust. After glancing over the signed pledge, Theodore looked at me once more, with defiance this time. There's no doubt that my family will appreciate the gesture. I was already basking in my victory when he continued, his voice cold. But as for me, it only makes me see that you are one of those politicians ready to use every dirty trick in the book, if it will give you what you want. I had been warned that you are the rightful heir of that snake who used to lead the Monteliet, but now I am seeing it with my own eyes. So yes, indeed, we will accept your offer and support your coronation, because unlike you, we stick to our word, but you should know that you are not fooling me. I'll remain at the palace to make sure you don't stab us in the back as soon as you have achieved your goals. In the end, his analysis of the situation, or indeed of my character, wasn't as clever as I had thought. I was ambitious, there was no denying that. I wasn't shy about it either, but my desire to make peace was just as sincere. Stay at the castle if you wish. Dukes are welcome here at any time, but you'll get eaten alive by the court if you always speak your mind so plainly, my lord. He shrugged condescendingly before getting up. Oh, I'm very capable of defending myself, Majesty. I just chose not to use the same venom as you do. That doesn't mean I don't know how to protect myself from its stings. No one liked being called a snake, even if it was unpleasant to be treated with such hostility by someone who have I never done anything. I had gotten what I wanted. I didn't wish to risk making him change his mind by starting an argument. Time will tell. I do hope you'll change your mind about me, but as long as the Faram uphold their end of the bargain, you are free to think whatever you like. Don't say that as if you're doing me a favor, Your Grace. Even empresses don't have dominion over people's thoughts. And in order to keep me from having the last word of our pointless sparring, he immediately turned on his heel and slammed the door. This guy! I'm fine. Oh boy, so much detective work. Those games aren't usually my cup of tea, but it's good to branch out every so often. It helps that the ones I've done so far haven't leaned into the grim dark aesthetic. Oh, I kinda avoid it. Not really avoid it. I feel like I've seen so much. But yeah, also it kinda, they often need you to actually think about it. Sometimes I just want to shut down my brain. Reading the stories. Deduction is not part of my personality or something. Furious, I was engaged in a deep breathing exercise when Alden walked in. Theodore has big Sasuke energies. So true. How did things go with Theodore Faram? I shrugged with a sigh. I suppose it was alright. At least, the Faram should support my coordination. That's all that matters. How about you? Did you manage to convince Leon? As you suspected, he's not inclined to support you. Apparently, he and his brother fear that Kaleja will become a second in Syria. Syria? I raise my eyes to the sky. There you go. Not hiding my exasperation at these words, as if it were enough for a woman to lead the empire for us to become a matriarchy. Have you at least convinced him not to openly oppose the coronation? Yes, as you suggested, I implied that a civil war wouldn't be a good for business and that you were easy to manipulate. Was that enough? Yes and no. The man's smarter than I thought. He took this as an opportunity. He took this as an opportunity to claim the position of treasurer. Treasurer! Look at him go! Since he believes you are incompetent, he thinks that the only way for him to ensure that the country stays on the right track and that the Waldor's economical interests are preserved. I bit my lips while I pondered the implications of such nomination. I didn't want him to stand in my way at every council meeting, but there was no valid reason for me to refuse him this privilege either. Another one I tried last night, the real face of a VTuber, managed to take a murder investigation and make it appropriately silly. I appreciated it. Oh yeah, I played that also last night. That was fun. Oh, was it last night or wait, it was on Wednesday. I played it on Wednesday. It was fun. Um, I'm kind of sad. I don't know. Like, it's interesting, you know. I'm actually curious how's the ending. Also, they have I forgot I need to do that. They have a current event about who you think is the killer and who you think is the VTuber. It's so good. It's so silly. I imagine before asking for that position, he encouraged the current treasurer to retire. That's correct. A pretty house by the seaside is waiting for him, and now he can't wait to be gone. I imagine we don't have a choice then. I'll summon Leon tomorrow and pretend to be a naive in. I don't know how to read that. I'm gonna skip that word, I'm sorry. I don't know what it means though. Was happy to let him take on a big responsibility. Sorry, English is not my first language. I'm bad at reading it. I sigh heavily and Alden stepped towards me with a discreetly amused smile. Are you sure you'll manage? Manage? Playing the easily influenced in how do you read ingenua? Ingenue? I sigh, offering him a reassuring smile. It would not be fun having a tea with such a conservative man, but there was nothing insurmountable about it. Oh, don't worry about me. I can play dumb when I need to. I've spent my whole life appearing less dangerous than I really am. I should be able to pretend just this once. He might have some nasty surprises down the line, however. He nodded with a gleam of pride in his eyes. I trust you then. Spring, day 25! I wonder if the entire story of the actual game is like skipping. Or like I wonder what the normal mode is without the story mode. Your Grace, news of your nomination to the throne has spread quickly. We've received a letter addressed to you from the Queen of Maiva of Assyria. Queen? My respects, Empress of Kalidia. I wish to write to you so I could congratulate you on your recent nomination to the throne, as well as offer my condolences to your father's death. Assuming power is a heavy responsibility, but I have been told that you are very capable and I know that Kalidia is in good hands. Kalidia and Assyria have always maintained solid diplomatic relations. I hope that they will continue, nay, prosper under your rule. Up until now, the matriarchs have always been opposed to non-commercial negotiations, but your nominations have made them curious. We dare to believe that in your presence, my emissaries and myself will cease to be subjected to the patronizing condescension that your predecessors invariably displayed, and that made my country's past rulers so wary of further interactions. The gods whisper to me that your ascension to the throne signals the dawn of a new era for the continent. Therefore, I wish to support you as much as I can. With the matriarch's assent, I have decided to mandate an emissary, whose role it will be to be to will whose role it will be to liaise between our two nations. Her name is Asha Isabis. She is an exceptional woman who I hope will be welcome in your palace as she deserves. With all my sympathy, Maeva, Queen of Assyria. Wow! What the heck? Sorry, I received a message about until then merch. I went with the infinite resource in my playthrough of this, but I saw a friend do the normal resource throughs. It looked like you start with 10 or so of each resource, so you don't have to split the income per turn. Oh. Okay. Currently, yeah, I guess having 999 is fine. Indeed, diplomacy. Oh, wait, I think I. Wait, back. That's wonderful news. I'll need as many allies as possible during my rule. Indeed, diplomacy is a delicate art that is fundamental for Collegia's prosperity. You'll need to woo the neighboring countries and ensure their goodwill towards us. But we'll talk about that later. For now, we have a coronation to organize. I wanna see the crown. Are we gonna get the crown during this demo? Day 36. The big day had finally come. Impatient and nervous, I paced my bedroom while checking my hair and my outfit for the umpteenth time. Nothing was easy. As per usual, I was supposed to display poise, elegance, and grandeur, all while remaining humble. Alright then. Despite all that, I felt ready and dignified, and I only waited to hear from Alexander who would escort me since my father wasn't in a state to do so. Well, so fancy naman that armor. Time was passing by at an infuriatingly slow pace, and finally he knocked and walked into the room. Clad in his ceremonial attire, that armor and the pompous cape that went with it didn't suit him, and I suppressed a smile when I saw him squeezed into it. It looks so... Ready, Your Grace? Almost timidly, I nodded while he politely bowed to let me pass in front of him. Then he followed suit, respectfully walking one step behind. Her Grace, Tinenin de Terrinfell, Princess of Kaledia, Duchess of Terrinfell, Lady of Vermont, blessed by Amatera. I closed my eyes and savored this title that I was hearing for the last time. When the herald would announce me next, I would be the Empress of Kaledia. I didn't remember having ever seen the throne room this packed. Clearly, when I had been told that the entire castle had gathered here, it hadn't been an exaggeration. To try and hide my nervousness, I walked at a slow pace, my head held high, my eyes leveled at the throne. But my curiosity slowly got the better of me, and while I tried to remain as dignified as I could, I let my gaze wander discreetly in search of familiar faces. Alden, of course, stood right next to my throne, his face impassive, but his eyes bright enough that I could see the pride reflected in them. Robert was there too, my future crown already held in his hands. He did his best to appear as imposing as his function required him to be. In the noble section, I recognized Leon of Moldor, surrounded by his family, conversing with the other nobles who were vaguely familiar to me. To my surprise, I also spotted Theodore leaning against a pillar, his gloomy aura seeming to hold people at bay so that he wasn't drowning in unknown faces. As I passed by her, Marjorie gave me a smile, and I felt her perfume reach me, calming me despite its loud scent. Finally, the last step stretches before me, and I suddenly realized that I couldn't hear the crowd's hubbub anymore. The only sound was my heart beating in my temples. Ceremoniously, I knelt in front of his throne that was still forbidden to me. Soon, I had cause to praise whomever had the brilliant idea to place a small cushion under my knees. The blessings were proceeding at an infuriatingly slow pace. I listened to them with only half an ear, but I still displayed my most serious and focused face to honor the solemnity of the ceremony. The day before, Robert had asked me if I wanted to celebrate tradition by taking the name of one of my predecessors, or if I'd rather start my own dynasty. What does keeping your name mean and honor your ancestor? Your reign name will be Melisandre II. I feel like to appease the people who is already like questioning my position here, let's do the traditional way of this. Your reign name will be Melisandre. I'm fine with Melisandre. It's like a pretty fine name. I was proud of who I was, but honoring tradition was important. Sometimes you have to appease the people, you know. If, and I had always greatly admired Melisandre of Terrenfell, Queen of Terrenfell and First Empress of Calydia. Right? Certainly, she had lived in her husband's shadow, but she had never fully retreated behind him, and she wielded her influence and her determination in many occasions. She was a role model, an inspiration for me, and I was proud to carry her name. I didn't know the sermon by heart, but I knew it would soon be ending, since the whole place seems to grow livelier. With each passing second, both the crowd and Robert's voice vibrated with renewed excitement, until the key moment came. I closed my eyes, then braced myself for the weight of the surprisingly light crown that he delicately placed upon my head. Rise up, Melisande, second the Terrenfell, Empress of Calydia, Duchess of Terrenfell, Lady of Vermont, chosen by the Four and blessed by Amatera. You shall bow no longer, since from this day and until your death, in the name of the gods, I entrust you with the charge of guiding your subjects and making Calydia shine bright for decades to come. Slowly, I rose and turned around to sit on that throne that had been meant for me. Then, I opened my eyes to look at the crowd. It suddenly went quiet, and an almost religious silence settled in for a few seconds. Long live Empress Melisandre II. Alexander's voice resounded next to me, oddly loud, and as it shattered this almost dreamlike moment, cheers arose from all sides in a spectacular chaos. General enthusiasm was contagious, and I caught myself smiling and waving at the crowd with a bit too much vigor. Oh, evening! Day 36. I did a traditional name too, and um, wait, stop the conservatives before I outrage them by being a lady with real powers. True, diba? Sometimes you have to appease the conservatives by doing some of the things that might appease them. You have to look like someone they can manipulate sometimes. The party was in full swing, and if I was still beaming, my head was starting to hurt with the insistent solicitation of people come to pay their respects. You should empty this glass into a flower pot and ask one of the servants to pour you grape juice instead. Or maybe Had had too much wine. If I was being honest, I couldn't remember how many times my glass had been refilled. But one thing I knew, it had never stayed empty. Even if Marjorie was probably right, I pouted. Come on, Marjorie, am I not allowed to have a bit of fun? It is my coronation day after all. She shook her head with a tender smile. You can't do this precisely because it's your coronation day, sweetheart. Some people might be subtler about it than others, but everyone is watching you and judging you. She was right, and I knew it. I had let myself relax perhaps a bit too much, carried away by my enthusiasm. That acknowledgement didn't stop me from heaving a deep sigh of despair. Well, I didn't come here to coddle you. I know you are perfectly capable of managing the situation. I just wanted to officially congratulate you. No one deserves this title more than you, and you'll make an incredible empress. Her face sparkled with pride and affection, and I felt my face melt under her praise. Her opinion had always mattered a lot to me, and I felt myself go back to the little girl I was once, who always sought her
Ding ding
approval.
ding,
Ah!
ding ding ding, ding ding ding, ding ding ding, ding ding ding, ding ding ding.
Sorry, I was locking in too much. I got jump scared. Milky Pork, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? What were you streaming? Oh, it's a Choose Wisely Fest raid as well. Hello, let me give you a shout out. What are the games you played? I hope you had fun. And thank you so much for sending your community. Milky Pork, what a cute name. There we go. Thank you so much. Tried out Ventreville, Cure of Sorrow. Oh, was it a full game or a demo? I don't think I've seen or heard that. But I hope you had a fun game. If you had to raid it on, feel free to do your aftercare stream. If you are staying, hello, nice to meet you. I am Tinenin or Tin, whichever you wanna call me. I'm an elven dream sailor, and I sail the dreams and the mindscapes when I'm not streaming. I play a bunch of indie games. As you can see, I'm part of Choose Wisely Festival, but most of the time, I play games developed and published in Southeast Asia. I also play gacha games, and I play a bunch of other games. I'm also part of other festivals this December, so after Choose Wisely, I'm still be streaming more games. But yeah, thank you for sending your community here. I hope you had a fun stream. This is my first festival. Ooh, how is it so far? Are you enjoying it? I had my first showcase festival in 2024, and I've been consistently being part of a lot since then. I think for 2025 I was part of 1, 2, 3, for almost 5, I think, festivals this year. I don't normally play visual novels, and I'm surprised my voice has held up so far. I'm actually dying. I play visual novels since all the festivals sometimes have a lot of it as well. Even with Choose Wisely being the first one with the branching narrative theme. But my throat is so dry every other stream. Every stream I do this. But yeah, enjoy Milky Park. This event's a nice way to expand horizon in terms of games and fellow streamers. Yeah, I found so many both awesome games and people now. Yeah, I met a lot of people through festivals and showcase. Also, helping out developers has been so much fun for me. I really enjoy talking to developers and learning about their game and the passion they have for their project is interesting to witness. And yeah, it's so fun. I really enjoy it. It's always fun to support indie games and indie developers. But yeah. Honestly, I think this demo is about to end or something. I'm assuming it's about to end somewhere. I hesitated for an instant, but finally I let myself gently hug her, making sure not to spill my glass on her in the process. Thank you, Marjorie. Thank you for everything. She kindly stroked my hair. I stayed in her embrace for a few moments, just long enough to regain control of my emotions, which were threatening to make me cry. But yeah, this is my second game of the day, so my voice is a bit dying. And the Imperial Grace has more text, honestly. more more text than the other gameplay mechanics, I guess. Or at least in story mode. She kindly stroked my hair and I stayed in her embrace for a few moments, just long enough to regain control of my emotions, which were threatening to make me cry. She gently patted my back to remind me of my duties and I finally let go of her, my face now wearing a more neutral expression. If you play at the same pace I do, you do have about 30 minutes or so left in the demo. Oh, okay. Go on, sweetheart. I won't keep you any longer. People are queuing to talk to you. She was right. As much as they tried to hide it, many people stood nearby, waiting for an opportunity to pounce on me as soon as I'd be free. I was going to do two by now and stop for dinner, but Venture took longer than I expected. Oh. But played Imperial Grace a few days ago. It was fun. Yeah, I like the art style. That's what I really love about this one. Story as well is interesting. I wanna dive into the gameplay more of like controlling the what was it? The things in your um region, the one the like the taxes and all that. Also, I'm trying to read as fast as I can. That's why I'm trying to stumbling in my words. I'm so sorry. She was right. As much as they tried to hide it, many people stood nearby waiting for opportunity to pounce on me as I said be free. The quickest to the mark was a young woman. I saw her. I'm like, she's so pretty. I haven't met her. Was a young woman I had never seen before. One look at the pretty dreadlocks she sported, decorated with small golden jewels, told me her background. A magnificent coronation, Your Grace. Her melodious accent convinced me I was right, and I flashed her a courteous smile. Thank you, Lady Arsha. Arsha? Lady Asha, are you not? She seemed surprised for a second, then her face lit up. Well, I'm flattered you recognized me before I could even introduce myself. She's so pretty! I don't know who spoke of me to you, but I do hope your day said good things. She gave a small laugh, as if to brush off this pleasantry, which I knew had a much deeper meaning. After all, I had indeed heard a lot about her, both from Queen Maiva, who had warmly recommended her to me, and from Robert, who had tried to paint her as an ungodly heathen and temptress the minute she had set foot in the capital. What? Of course, your queen keeps showering you with praise. Then allow me to return her kindness and to tell you how fantastic Maeva is. She'll make a formidable ally. Her familiar way of talking about her ruler made me quirk an eyebrow, but I didn't mention it. After all, Assyrian customs were much different from ours, and her relationship with her queen was none of my concern. As long as she didn't use the same casual tone while talking about Kalidia nobility, there would be no issue. In any case, I do hope Kalidia is to your liking, Lady Asha. Unfortunately, I still haven't had the time to visit your beautiful lands and to taste your many specialties. Therefore, the question may be a bit premature. She gave me a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes, which made me see that her answer was an elegant way to not speak ill of the place without lying. Now that it may be my castle and my now that it was my castle and my nation, it did upset me a little, but I couldn't be mad at her for finding the place a bit drab. My father had never had a keen for interior design. I was about to ask her more futile questions when Robert stepped into the space between us. The gesture was overtly rude, but his position allowed him to act in that manner, and I turned away from Masha to listen to what he had to say. Your Majesty, please forgive me for interrupting, but I must speak with you on a topic of the utmost importance. He rarely hid the dirty look he gave Asha. She understood the message and gracefully curtsied. What the hecky? I'll go breathe some fresh air in the gardens if you'll excuse me, Your Majesty. I mentally took note of where to find her if I wanted to continue the conversation and bowed to her in lieu of a goodbye. Then I focused my attention on Robert, wondering with some trepidation if something bad had happened. What's going on? Don't worry, Your Majesty. Nothing that will spoil your night. I just wanted to make sure that you were taking my warnings about the Assyrian's diplomat seriously. Robert! Why so rude? I didn't find her trustworthy at all. Keep that to yourself. Let me judge her myself. I had to hold back a sigh. It was quite distressing to see him go to such trouble, only to interrupt my conversation with a foreign dignitary. Right? Like, do you really want to fight like, why? Just why? Like, where is the brain in here? Please be comforted. She wasn't inviting me to dance naked in the sea in honor of the snake goddess Sif. I had said that in a playful tone, hoping to lighten the mood, but he looked even more upset. You should take this issue at heart. These people are insidious. They seem nice, you let your guard down, and by the time you realize you have fallen into the trap of a witch, it's much too late. I didn't have the patience to hear more of this, and I took an offended expression. Um, this one. I had always relied on the gods, I even studied them, thinking one day I'd become a scholar, and I couldn't tolerate anyone implying that my convictions were unsteady, or that I'm so easily influenced, especially given the importance of the order within Kalidia. Shouted in righteous anger, I gave Robert a withering look. Do you believe my faith could be so easily shaken, High Priest? Taken aback, he immediately softened and apologized profusely, relaxed in turn. I'm taking note of your worries and I promise I'll be careful. But you must also understand that you simply cannot say such things about a foreign guest, especially not in public. This could have serious diplomatic consequences. Right? Like, Robert, where is the brain here? He scowled once more but didn't say a word, politely bowing instead. I understand, Your Grace. A short silence passed between us before he turned away, mumbling something about prayers he had to make. For the first time of the night, I found myself alone, and no one came to talk to me, perhaps for fear of getting caught in the fallout from this tense conversation. I enjoyed that respite and decided to talk to. I want to go to talk to Asha, but I'm also curious about what a conversation with I can speak. Theo, can I just call him Theo? We're not close, but like, make it easy for myself. Um, should I do? Hmm. I Asha or Tudor? Let's go with Asha, I guess. I was very aware of how ironic it felt to meet up with Asha to continue our conversation, Robert's words buried in a deep, dark corner of my mind, as if they had never existed in the first place. Like she had mentioned, she was enjoying the fresh breeze in the gardens, and I had no trouble finding her. She was leaning against the balustrade of a gazebo. Casually, I came closer and I leaned next to her, admiring the stars. I'm terribly sorry for the rude interruption, but one can keep the gods waiting, as the saying goes. The little phrase was supposed to lighten the mood, but Asha gave me an indecipherable look that piqued my curiosity. Forgive me, I know your customs, but some of them are very hard for me to grasp. You mean the fact that we have different gods? To my great surprise, she shook her head, making her hair dance around her. No, we have so many gods. I wouldn't be surprised if yours existed in some way in our pantheon. It's rather the concept of a priest that baffles me. Gods are all powerful beings. Why would they lend their voice? Ate, mamamatay. Every time na nag-i-sport. Gods are all powerful beings. Why would they lend their voice to fallible humans? If they were anything to say to anyone, or speak directly to the person in question, without the risky interferences of a go between. Clearly, I wasn't expecting that line of thinking. And my mind, fogged up as it was by alcohol, didn't help me find convincing arguments. That irritated me quite a bit, as I always dislike not having the final word. Asha must have mistaken the nature of my contrariety, and she blasts me her most beautiful contrite smile. But I'm rambling. There are so many more interesting things to talk about, especially tonight, like your magnificent coronation or this delicious wine from the islands that you've been serving, for example. I usually wasn't one for small talk, but I couldn't get enough of her melodious accent, which emphasized her impeccable pronunciation. Almost by instinct, I swirled the contents of my. She? Really, Pop, why do you have your. I thought you stopped drinking. I swirled the contents of my wine glass, which I had been foolishly holding untouched since Marjorie had warned me. At least this time, it allowed me to get to know my interlocute. How do you. Interlocutor? You're right, it is good. Isn't. It's of Syrian import, isn't it? She swirled the wine around in her own glass, her gesture practiced and skillful. Before taking a little sip, her eyes closed. Yes, without a doubt. Black Castle, even. Half doubtful, half impressed. I didn't hide my surprise. You can tell where it's from just like that? 02 of Recon, so I need to set sail for the bed. It was nice. 2 a. It's 2 a.m. Oh, yeah. It was nice meeting you, Tinenin, and have a great rest of your stream. I'll leave you a lurk as I drift up. Thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you again for the raid. Have a good rest of your evening. Sweet dreams, sleep tight, and I'll visit your dreams tonight. Good nighty. I hope I'll get. I said I'm gonna be ending at 2 a.m., but I feel like the demo is about to finish as well. You can tell where it's from, where it's from, just like that. Yes, before working for Queen Maiba, I was a trader in the field. In that field, in fact, my travels were the reason I discovered your culture and learned your language. Once more, I look at her, intrigued and impressed. You sail? Numerous superstitions made it so that the women were unwelcome on board of ships in Kalidia. Just imagining her on the seas was breathtaking. Oh no, I don't have any seafaring skills. I am incapable of reading a map or using a sextant. I leave I leave that to the captain. I only take care of the products, or rather, I used to only take care of the products. How impressive! Impressive! You look as young as me, and yet you seem to have led a much more eventful life. My reply seemed to surprise her, and she tilted her head to the side, making the metal beads on her hair chime. I think you're a bit younger than I am, Your Grace, and besides, you are Empress. The title made me smile, almost despite myself, but it didn't entirely remove the melancholy from my voice. From today only. I could only guess the life that she had led, but I felt frustrated in comparison to have waited all these years in the shadows. All I had done was study and place the rare pawns at my disposal in the best way I could to prepare my coronation. Without the stroke of luck that had ended my father's life prematurely, I could have waited much longer. The scholars always said she was he was as healthy as a horse. Solemnly, she held out her glass to invite me to a toast and looked me in the eye. Hey yo, but you're all for a great many years to come, and I'm glad to be here in Kalidia to witness it, Majesty. She's so pretty. This art is so pretty. She seemed sincere, and somehow her words managed to lighten my heart, while our glasses clinked against one another. She was right. Holding on to the past was useless. I had to look to the future, now that I truly had the power to change it. And I'm glad to have you by my side as well, Asha. I hope that the bonds between Syria and Khadija will be strengthened thanks to your presence. I'll do my best, Your Grace. There was a short silence while we seized each other up and happily recognized in each other the same wit and same strength of character. Finally, she lifted the glass to her lips and drained it with a sensual sort of elegance. I set aside Marjorie's advice for a second and followed suit. This party was, after all, held in my honor. I wanted to savor a good glass of wine in good company under the stars. Wow. Oh, we still have more? Spring, day 37. Your Grace, as you surely know, an essential task that comes with your role as a ruler is to listen to your subjects' petitions. They've accumulated since your father's death, and even before, he was never very fond of that duty. Now that you've been crowned, you'll need to dedicate them a fair share of your time. It is especially important because the other advisors and myself had gotten used to lodging petitions on matters that requires your attention but do not fit into the council's agenda. Explain it to me. All of this is very new to me. I won't say no to further explanations. Petitions are matters that requires your in judgment, whether they pertain to trials, grant requests, or other various issues. The other advisors and myself are usually tasked with submitting them, but we may also pass on requests coming directly from your subjects. I divide them into two stacks, urgent affairs and current affairs. Of course, urgent affairs must be attended as soon as possible. I added an exclamation mark to the stack for more clarity. As long as all urgent affairs haven't been dealt with, I won't give you any current affairs so as not to distract you with futile matters. As with everything that requires your input, petitions may necessitate the mobilization of certain resources, but don't forget that they can also offer opportunities. Good decisions can turn out to be quite lucrative. Finally, you must keep in mind that improving the living conditions of your people will ensure their affection for you and, in the long run, will contribute to the realm's prosperity. Is that clear? It all makes sense. Perfect. I suggest that you deal with one of mine first. It's an issue that has been on my mind for a while. He took a moment to rummage through the items on the table before handing me a sealed parchment roll. Here you go. Well then, I'll let you study that on your own and go about your business. Feel free to go through more of them so you can grow familiar with the process. You will be informed of their outcome in due time. Even if the crown is yours, I'll be wary of your bastard brothers. For some, an illegitimate son is far better than a woman. I wouldn't want the nobility to use this excuse so they can get rid of you the first chance they get. I've tasked the Master of Murmurs with investigating them. At the moment, it seems that most of them live a modest life as a craftsman or servants. But simplest minds can be easiest to sway, especially since you haven't established any bond with them, which means that nothing will stop them from betraying you. I suggest dealing with the issue in a permanent way. This guy keeps on suggesting killing! Alden, are you the one who's been suggesting on my father to kill all those people? Kinda crazy. Bigat nun ah. Bigat. You're right. It's best not, sorry, I'm like talking to my sibling. You're right. It's best not to take any risk. Though I loathe those methods, I can't just a civil war or a coup. I give in too much of myself to end up like that. Have them assassinated. Why? As long as they haven't done anything to me, I refuse to let paranoia get the best of me and have them assassinated. However, I do recognize that half of my brothers are a threat. And I believe we should definitely keep an eye on them. Assign spies to each of them and will decide how to react if they start plotting against me. I refuse to become a tyrant like my father and to let paranoia trap me in a spiral of violence, so I'll take the opposite approach. I'll make them happy, which will ensure that they don't have any desire to take my title from me or to cause me harm. Then someone to ask them what they want and do your best to satisfy their wishes, but make sure they are aware of my role as their patron. I'm gonna choose this one, the spy. Act when it's happening, you know. Your Grace, all our spies are in place and for the moment, they haven't noticed anything suspicious. Following the first report, Hello, Gonzo! I've decided to set up increased surveillance around Aaron Villis, who appears to be having a fling with the daughter of a local lord, Yasin Donier, as he is at the Count of Verios court. Hello! I'll keep you updated on the situation's evolution. Master of Murmurs. I wanna see the petitions. Your Grace, as you know, traditions requires that every emperor have an immense mausoleum built in their memory, and with a gigantic statue in their likeness adorning their tomb. Your father's body is currently in a coffin within a Stratoric's great temple, so that pilgrims may come to pray over him, but it's high time to build him a tomb befitting of his glory. High Priest Robert. Eh. Even if I didn't hold my father close to my heart, wouldn't want to oppose the tradition, order the construction of a magnificent mausoleum in his honor, although I won't be overseeing it. Like every emperor, he'll have his mausoleum, but I'd rather spend our resources on the living than the dead, make sure that his tomb is decent, but without any unnecessary embellishment. My father never did anything to deserve that such a building be erected for him during his lifetime, and that won't change after his death. Find him a spot in the temple's crypt, in the palace, that should be more than enough. We don't want the traditionalists to be mad at us. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with not overseeing it. Your Grace, the mausoleum is still under construction, but the results look promising. There is no doubt that when it will be done, religious fervor will be at its peak. Mausoleums are privileged preserved to be reserved to the imperial family, and this building will remind everyone that you are sitting on the throne because your lineage has been blessed by the four themselves. I do insist on warning you that the emperor was not very much liked by the people. Consequently, a few bitter remarks have been made about the outlandish cost of construction. Yeah, what is politics? Okay, how we doing here? We need more people, but I don't know how to get more. I guess that's fine. Spring, day 3, day 39, morning. I was surely glad to be Empress now, but as I had expected, I hadn't had a single moment to myself since my coronation. There was an endless and continuous stream of people paying their respect to me, and a more of a less fertile issues to solve. Even I was happy to finally be able to exercise my power legitimately, I also felt that I needed a break. Thus, after taking care of the most urgent matters, I had decided to take a moment to relax in the library. Asha or Alexander. Let's go to the library. Let's see Theodore. I had always appreciated the serene atmosphere in that place. It seemed like the ideal spot for a break. Well, as long as I didn't get tangled up in the books of theology. Knowing myself, I was very capable of falling into the trap and staying here until midnight, taking notes. It was best if I restrained myself to picking a novel or some poems, even if books even if books of either sort were scarce. That way, I could truly let my thoughts run free. After all, it had been a while since I had last read. Um, an adventure novel, sure. Yes, it had been a long time since I had last read a novel with an epic battles, like the Bird's Blues song. How many times I had devoured that book in my younger years before my age forced me into an academic pursuit. I miss it all. The idea of my upcoming read put me in a good mood, but I stopped dead in my tracks when I spotted Theodore engulfed in a book. Ever since we had met every time we saw each other, I felt his gaze on me, studying me with severity, as if he was Mariad himself come to judge me and decide upon my spot in heaven. In fact, I had gotten so used to seeing his dour and scowling face that I was surprised to find him looking quite serene. In truth, when his features weren't puckered up in sternness, he was rather elegant. Ayo! For once, he looked at ease, and I didn't have the heart to bother him. Since I had come here myself in search of some peace and quiet, I decided to leave him alone. With all the softness in the world, I tried to close the door behind me, only to hear the blasted thing creak, as if I had opened the hatch to hell. Disturbed in his reading, Theodore lifted his nose from his book and stared at me, his expression immediately turning into a frown. Hello, Your Grace. Holding back a sigh, I approached him with a polite smile. Hello, my Lord of Faram. Now that I had been spotted and he had greeted me, I might as well stay and chat. Even if we had found an agreement, I was still wary of Faram's intention as regarded my throne. It couldn't hurt to learn a bit more about him. The book that had fascinated him seems to offer a perfect topic of conversation, but I couldn't read the letters engraved in the leather from where I stood. What is this book you're so deep into? He abruptly closed the book and placed it on his knees in such a way that I absolutely couldn't read the title. That's none of your business. His attitude was exasperating, but chose to give him a teasing smile. Oh, were you by any chance reading an indecent book? Everything in my tone suggested was I was joking, but he seems to take it quite badly and sat upright, his expression upset. It is very improper of you to suggest such a thing. Man, everyone is so uptight here. It's very improper of you to have a little sense of humor. My sense of humor is perfectly intact. So you are questioning my etiquette. I never said anything of that sort, but what if I did? I took a deep breath and held back the scathing retort about to escape my lips. After all, I was the one who started this conversation, hoping to smooth our relationship, even if I would have paid good money to see him lose that superior and smug expression he liked to display. In any case, it makes sense that you still have things to learn. You weren't ready for this. He said it nonchalantly, almost sympathetically, and I couldn't tell if he was trying to be friendly or if it was yet another elaborate provocation. In any case, he had managed to rile me up. I beg your pardon? You heard me? Stop acting as if you're a powerful heir who can carry that entire nation on her shoulders. I am not a fool. You've been kept away from the court for half of your life. In truth, you don't have the slightest clue of the mess you've gotten yourself into. You've led a privileged life without any difficulties, away from the plots and issues of your kingdom. Now that your father's dead, you've taken the first chance you had to steal his crown like a vulture. I'm sure that the throne was still warm when you decided to sit on it. He wasn't wrong about the last point, but I couldn't tolerate his half-baked insults any longer. Be careful with your words, Tudor. You're getting dangerously close to royal treason. My father was assassinated abruptly. I didn't have the luxury to hesitate, and I was only fulfilling my duties. Although I was sitting inside, I had to stay firm and to make sure not to raise my voice too much, which would only have discredited me. Your father was assassinated because he was greedy for power, because he was cruel, and because over time he had made too many enemies to count. You are his flesh and blood. What could possibly convince me that you are not like him, that you are truly acting out of duty? Was that the crux of the issue? He thought I was like my predecessor? The simple idea of it made me nauseous. Have you met him at least? I seriously doubt that. If that were the case, your insolence would have had you thrown in a prison on the spot. That you're not in the cell right now should be enough to demonstrate the difference between my father and I. But I imagine it'll be hard for you to believe me, whatever I say. It's extremely difficult, even impossible, to make someone who's already formed an opinion change their mind. I'll admit I'm disappointed in you. I thought you were an educated man, but clearly you are backwards enough to judge me on the blood that flows through my veins rather than on my actions. As for my privileged life, what do you know of it? You've never been a woman in a world ruled by men. an empress in a world of kings. You are a beloved son, destined from birth to become the head of your family. On the other hand, I've been kept away from my birthright, and I had to fight to get even the tiniest sliver of power. And now, you dare to tell me I'm privileged? I had managed to keep my composure, but anger and sarcasm vibrated powerfully in my voice, and that appeared to shut him up. I think you're feeling threatened by my rule. But if this can make you feel better, right now, I don't intend to waste my energy on people who already have everything, especially not on account of resentments that predate my birth. The changes I make I will make them for my people, for the farmers who work my lands, for the women and the children who will forge the future of the empire. Reminding myself of my own convictions had calmed me down a bit, and I felt my body relax while I continued. And you know what, Theodore? You're right. I'm more than happy to be Empress. It's a dream come true, a dream for which I have fought because I wanted to earn this position. You think I am naive, that I believe ruling is easy? Even though wearing the crown still won't stop people like you from questioning my legitimacy? I know it's hard, Theodore, because things have never been easy for me. You clearly know nothing of my life, and yet you don't hesitate to criticize it. Before you presume to tell me I have a lot to learn, you should consider expanding your own knowledge. Even if I had calmed down, I still felt out of breath, and my heart beat too loudly in my chest. Rather proud of my tirade, I was going to gracefully turn around and leave him there, astounded, but he recovered much faster than I had thought. With a peaceful gesture, he put down the book he had been holding on his knees on the table, then he got up so he could better take a bow. I, I may have underestimated the hurdles had to overcome and the efforts you had to make. I hadn't expected him to admit he was wrong. Rather than attacking me again, I stayed quietly. Things haven't been as easy as you have implied for me either, Majesty. Like in Shahir is harder than you think, but I suppose it would be hypothetical of me to act offended now. His tone had softened, but I was still on the defensive. Nonetheless, I tried to make my voice sound as neutral as possible. You suppose right. I believe in hard work, in what is earned through sweat and tears. Even if still unsure of your abilities, you are right. I should at least give you a chance to prove your worth. I'll rule with dignity because that is where lies my duty as an empress, not because I believe I have anything to prove to anyone, especially to you. Of course. Since I didn't want to throw fuel on the fire, I didn't reply, and he bowed before leaving the library, accompanied by the unseparable kicking of the door. Oh, let's see more petitions. Your Grace, I have discovered that someone has placed a pagan talisman in the palace. One was even found in your living quarters. I do not think that these amulets hold any sort of power, but the intentions are quite real. I cannot bear the thought of that someone wishes to curse you. With the Master of Murmur's help, we have identified the servant behind these talismans. We have, however, stayed discreet. We will await your orders before we take action. This could give us an opportunity to learn more about the situation. General Alexander. Um, I don't want unnecessary bloodshed. Find an excuse to fire her and tell her that she shouldn't come near me in the future if she doesn't want the order to find out about her little secret. You're right. We can let this opportunity to gather information pass us by. Keep a discreet eye on her. She might lead us another pagans, and we might learn more about their intentions toward me. Arrest her and interrogate her in the dungeon and on her intention and her practices. This might be like the best case, though. We are actively keeping an eye on Miranda, but for the time being, we have not learned anything. Apart from a few ridiculous and harmless rituals, her life is just as mundane as it is boring. She doesn't seem to be meeting with other pagans or actively working to bring about your downfall. Masters of Murmur. Let's see the politics right now, and then let's go back to the petitions. Hmm. Free, free. another petition. Your Highness, an important expedition is currently being set up. It will be led by the famous explorator ano yun, Ohio? Ohio Smith, accompanied by two notable scholars, the naturalist Jean-Baptiste and the cartographer Johann. Their goal is to set sail for the far end of the bellicose ocean so they can uncover whatever hides at the world's end. This scientific expedition will allow us to detail our mobs and to research the fauna, the flora, and the geography of the new horizons. Scholars are very interested in this expedition, and many patrons have already contributed to it. That is why I humbly ask for your participation. High Priest Robert. To learn more about the world is a noble goal. We will contribute to funding the expedition as long as we're the first to hear whatever information it brings back. If the scholars are so interested in this expedition, they can pitch in as well. We'll fund half of it, and we urge the priests and the scholars to fund other half. I don't plan on funding such an insurgent expedition when there are so much safer investment to make. If the scholars are too keen on this expedition, they'll have to fund it themselves. Hmm. I'll do this. Your Grace, the expedition is up and ready to go. May Basan watch over them. The omens are good. I'm sure that the expedition will be a success. High Priest Robert. Nice. Spring. Day 52 afternoon. Damn, how long is this demo? The days have passed by in a blur, all similar to each other, new petitions to manage, new events to participate in, influential people to flatter. I had never had any illusions. I had always known that my life as an empress would be mainly paced by paperwork and diplomatic discussion. But sometimes it got a bit much. I knew the decisions I was making could change lives and minds, and I hoped that under my rule my kingdom would prosper. But I couldn't see the results of my hard work after a few weeks. I had to settle for little victories, and sometimes I caught myself hoping for something, anything to disrupt my day. Unfortunately, nothing seems to be on the cards. Your Grace, would you have a few moments to spare me? Started out of my daydreaming, I look at the unfinished letter in front of me and push it aside to give my full attention to the Master of Murmurs, who removed his hood after closing the door. Of course, I'm all ears. Today, a wandering caravan coming from the Vargas was attacked by bandits while they were crossing the Elm Bridge. The merchandise was stolen, the guards were killed, and the people in the caravan are now being held hostage to be ransomed. By the four! That's awful! I was now used to be the ones who must find solutions, and I immediately started going through them in my mind. That bridge is a strategic location. It should have been better protected. We'll send men over there, and I'll ask Marjorie to send hers as well. Her men are closer by, and they should be able to secure the area and limit the disruption so that the heavily trafficked commercial road. And put a bounty on these bandits. We have to find a hostage and deal with their captors as decisively as possible. Patiently, he let me finish, but I saw his expression. I realized there was more to it, and I frowned. Is there something in particular that I should know about this caravan, Master of Murmurs? Softly, he nodded. Among the captured people is one of my agents, a master of spying and infiltration. He had been in Vargas for a few months to keep an eye on a family of nobles, and he was urgently coming back with some vital information. Does it have to do with my father's assassination? Do you think Vargas is guilty of it? No, at first glance, there's no connection. Your father's assassination is still under investigation, even if I have to admit that at that moment we're somewhat stalled. Then what is this about? That's blah, blah, blah. That's precisely the issue. I don't know. Apparently, it was crucial information. My agent has always been excessively prudent. He feared that his mail might be intercepted, and therefore, he was reluctant to send me written information, even if our messages are always coded. So, you're telling me that one of our spies, who infiltrated Vargas, had been captured not far from the border while he was coming back, with information of the utmost importance, and that you have no clue what that is? Finally, now that the four had decided to grant my wish of a little more excitement, I started regretting wishing for it in the first place. The situation didn't bode well. That's correct. Like you, I do find this coincidence suspicious, but we can't be sure of anything. If they just wanted to cover their tracks, they could have simply killed him right there and then, as well as the guards. Maybe they just got rid of the body. We can't exclude that possibility, but we've received a demand of ransom addressed to his family, like the other of our hostages. I don't know. Well, in any case, we have to clear up the situation quickly. We have other agents stationed in Vargas who could try to learn what our spy knows. A few, yes, but I'm afraid that they won't be discreet enough if they were to approach the same people. The decision is yours to make. I know it's dangerous, but we have to try. It's far too dangerous. We'd better play it safe. The agents should stay at the current post. I think it would be much safer. It would be the safer choice indeed, your grace, even if I'm dying to find out what it's all about. What should we do with the bandits? I took the time to think and weigh my options before making a decision. Do we have any information whatsoever on those bandits? If they are who they pretend to be, they've been active all over the territory and always follow this pattern. But we know little about them. For the time being, we have no idea of their whereabouts or who their leader is. Are they trustworthy? I mean, once the ransoms have been paid, will they truly release the hostages? So far, yes, they've got their word. Hmm. How much are they like? For the time being, we have no proof of that this was a setup. We have to believe at the very least that our agent is alive. If they're known for keeping their promise, the best course is action to pay the ransom without further discussion. We can continue letting this bandit live on our lands, even if they're known for their trustworthy. I absolutely do not trust them, and I don't want to pay ransoms all over the place. Pretend to pay the ransom, but trap them. At least we'll have a fewer bandits on our hands, and our agent is already if our agent is already dead. I believe that this situation is far too uncertain to engage resources. If it's a trap, we'll lose more life, and I refuse to finance these bandits any further. Even though it'll cost me, the only thing that we can do is have faith in this agent and his abilities. If he's talented as you claim, he should be able to give the slip of a handful bandits. I'm gonna choose these ones because I've been avoiding this for so many options now, but let's go with this. Very well, Majesty. I'll go to Alexander and prepare an ambush. We'll keep you appraised of the situation's evolution. What the heck? This demo is long. Your Grace, even though it had been carefully planned, I regret to inform you that our ambush was a failure. The bandits were well prepared, and when they spotted us, they started killing the hostages and running away. Fortunately, your agent is very resourceful and he managed to escape. I'm bringing him back to the castle right as I'm writing this report. Oh my god, oh no, the hostages. One of the bandits is dead, but the rest of the group managed to flee. I desperately want to make them pay for their actions and pursue them, but the agent claims that this information is urgent and vital. You must absolutely meet him as soon as possible, Your Grace, Alexander. God, why? Unable to sleep, I got up and take a bit of a fresh air at the window. As much as I told myself there was no point in speculating before I got the spy's report, I couldn't stop the foreboding I felt, and I was about to be proved right. Oh, that's the demo! We ended the cliffhang. What the frick? No! Thanks for playing Imperial Grace demo. We hope you had a good time. If you haven't already, you can join our Discord to follow the creation of the game in real time and talk with the team and the community. Let's freaking go! That was longer than I thought, I guess. Maybe it's because I was reading things out loud, but that was so much fun. It was so good. I'm interested with the gameplay. Yippee! Slay! I love the characters so much. They are all so pretty. But yeah, that is Imperial Grace. I enjoyed that. Okay, chat. It's 2:30 and we hit the 4-hour mark. So we definitely should be sleeping or well resting already at least. My voice has been dying, so time to rest. Let's see who we can raid, who is live. I'll go check the Choose Wisely Fest if someone is live. Oof, I'm burping. A lot of people are streaming actually. Let's see. Since it's a Saturday, a lot of people are streaming. Um How long has this person had been streaming? But yeah, thank you so much guys for watching the stream. I really enjoyed that and I hope you guys did as well. Thank you so much for all the raids and the follows and everyone who stayed here from all the from the communities that raided us. If you guys haven't, please check out Choose Wisely Festival on Steam. All the games that is part of it. Wishlist them, play the demos, and check if there's games you wanna be playing and is interested. Support these games and the indie developers creating these games. It's so much fun to discover um unique gameplays and stories. But yeah, I will be sending you guys off somewhere because I need to rest. My vote is dying. My voice is dying. Here is my card. If you guys wanna check out my social medias, I'm very active on my Twitter, but I also have an Instagram and a Facebook page. Um, I'll be I think we recently announced our Stardew Valley Stamp Rally for our Cosmatsu convention. If you are from the Philippines and loves attending conventions, I'll be in Cosmatsu. We'll be tabling with my art group, Doxables, find our table. And other than that, you can also join my Discord server. Sometimes I stream without notifying my social medias, but I always ping my Discord uh, members, but you can also just have notifications on here on Twitch. Um, can also check out my YouTube channel. I'll be uploading the VOD by by later afternoon probably. You can also watch my other VODs from my other streams and give me a sub. I am aiming for 100 subscribers by the end of the year. We are very close to it actually. We are like I think 7 followers away from 100 subscribers away from 100. Here on Twitch, I'm aiming for 1000 followers by the end of the year. We are 8 followers away from hitting 900, and I really appreciate it if you guys can follow and check out my future streams. I'll be live on Monday with the last day of me streaming Choose Wisely Fest games. I really enjoyed my time of playing visual novels and branching narratives, and I'm excited to see what more of this. I will keep myself updated to all the games I actually played because it's so much fun. Where should I send you guys off? I can send you guys off someone celebrating something or just someone who is part of the Choose Wisely Fest. Yeah, I'll send you guys off. I guess just someone celebrating. I guess. Man, I can choose. Why am I indecisive even on this one? Let's see. How many are there any of my friends streaming? But yeah, this is the raid message. Please copy the raid. I will be sending you guys off somewhere. Please stay until I send you guys to them. And give a follow to the person we are raiding. Listen to the mods. Be nice to the streamer and represent my community in the best way that you can. I don't know if they are ending. I don't think so. Okay, I'll be sending you guys to Pandora. Pandora is currently celebrating her first anniversary. So I hope you guys give her a big congratulations and give them a lot of love. And yeah, okay. Raid channel, let's see. Oh, it's not showing up properly. Where are they? Pandora. start. They've been live for 6 hours. So give them some support, chat. And thanks so much, guys, for watching my stream. I'll see you guys on Monday. Thank you again, everyone. Have a good rest of your evening. I'm so tired. Bye bye, everyone. Sweet dreams. Sleep tight. And I'll visit your dreams tonight. Mwah. Good night, everyone. Bye bye.
Ding ding ding, ding ding ding.